shine with the glow. This is my time with it though. This is my time to be way at the top. Me and my guys gon' pay out the block. I don't look like wall. Time's right, and I know they see us walking in the limelight. Promise you gon' wanna watch like a sci-fi. My guys are high risers, high tide. My crown if you come to my side. I pledge allegiance for lifetime. My squad connected like Wi-Fi. We grind and you see the highlights. This my life. It ain't a game now. Me and you, we ain't the same now. Lions coming out to play now. Opposition out the way now. Out of the way. You wasn't invited. Say you come to play. I dare you to try it. You don't wanna try me. Then step up to my team. Yeah, out of the way. Yeah, yeah. Out of the way. Yeah, yeah. Out of the way. Game now, me and you, we ain't the same now. Lions coming out to play now. Opposition out the way now. Out of the way, you wasn't invited. Say you come to play, I dare you to try it. You don't wanna try me, then step up to my team. Yeah, out of the way, yeah, yeah. Out of the way, yeah, yeah. Out of the way.
What you got for me? Whoa. down to this? Who come with me getting down to this? You better step back, get your neck cracked, get laid down where you best step. Better check that with a fresh map, get lost now with no extract. Like look, that's all me, got my number, don't call me. We eating up, that's all beef, you freezing up, that's y'all's team. Cause we ain't really lose no more, all about heating up, leaving that cold. You can see me eating up, killing that show. I ain't about giving up, no. Now scoop first where your homies at. Cause my team with me right now. My team so mean right now. But what you mean y'all out? It's time to weed y'all out. Okay, we coming back with a vengeance. Time to go start your engines. What is this thing y'all mention? Time for y'all stop pretending, Nah, y'all can't do that. Where your crew at? Y'all can't do that. Nah, where your crew at? Nah, man, cause now you alone. Yeah, get out of my zone. Man, cause now you alone. Love, get out of my zone. Nah, cause they don't want it with me. Love, you got a problem with me. Cause y'all don't want it with me. If you start a fire with me, then you're never gonna stop me. Nah, cause they don't want it with me. Look, you got a problem with me. Look, cause y'all don't want it with me. If you start a fire with me, then you're never gonna stop me. I'm on the mission, snap any minute, casually winning. Stop tripping on me, stop dissing on me. Yeah, I got a dream, can't take it from me. My fire's burning, now I'm always learning. Tell me where to go, man, I'm on a journey. Yeah, I can't explain it, I get excited. Keep it 300, King Leonidas. Strap in, cause it's gonna be a long ride. Working on me every single day and night.
There comes a time when your worlds will collide. If it's holding you back, push it right to the side. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. I don't got the time, put me in, coach. I've been going hard, time to let it show. Everything raw, give it to me now. Let me have the spot, man, it's going down. Gotta get it here, I don't wanna wait. Take what I want, then I go train. Gotta get a win, I won't lose the game. This is my year, I ain't gonna break. Strap in, cause it's gonna be a long ride. Working on me every single day and night. There comes a time when your worlds will collide. If it's holding you back, push it right to the side. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get. Won't stop going till a player on top know it. Rooftop penthouse suite. If you really want it, gotta own it. Fly through it, we was at the lowest. Blood, sweat, tears, the components. Riding all year, now's the moment. We are not friends, we are opponents. Yeah, I'm coming for mine. Yeah, I'm making a play. The game on the line. Yeah, I've been on the grind. Yeah, I jump in the spot. I made it my time. Yeah, look in the sky. Yeah, the stars align. No shade to shine. Can't stop it already. Emotional work and devotion. We put in this time. Look. You won't stop.
Thank you very much for all joining us here for the last day of the Snapdragon Pro Series for the African Finals by PMCO. My name is Highland Wolf, and I'm joined, as always, by the beautiful DK. DK, how are you doing today on this penultimate day?
Some great compliments coming in there. Thank you so much, Wolf. Well, pretty excited as we did see the teams really starting to pop off yesterday. So today's going to be the big day to see who will be those teams to push it all the way through to the very finish.
Well, thanks also to our sponsor too, by Snapdragon Elite Gaming. And did you know that it's spanning across multiple regions, DK? And there is a wide variety of Snapdragon Pro Series games and competitions here, which are revolutionizing the mobile scene and the mobile esports scene as a whole. DK, we're talking about esports, so, and oh golly, do we have an esport of a day here for the final penultimate day, as we said. 16 teams from our African region are going to be battling out for only 3 spots now, DK, remaining in the PMNC 2022 for the first time from the African region as a whole.
Yeah, I mean, it is going to take a little bit of work. I mean, there's a few teams that have really been grinding their way, as we saw just yesterday, but today's going to be that final chance, right, to see who will be the teams. Are we going to be having any of those teams potentially leapfrogging their way up into those top 3 available slots? Who will it be? But aside from the slots moving through in towards the PMNC, you know, we also know that the teams are fighting to secure not only a little bit of that prize money, but also, you know, the pride to say that they won the PMCO this time around, as we've had a few of those PMCOs. I mean, I think we are now our 3rd one, so, you know, it's still a strong representation coming through here.
Well, if you did miss yesterday, keep in mind these replays, which we're about to show, was all the best moments that we had from yesterday's game. Starting, unfortunately, with the demise of Taxima here. It didn't feel so great, Bisnate.
Yeah, I mean, definitely didn't feel so great here. We saw the players from NUM being in a very wide split, and, well, as it is pretty evident on the screen, not really being too advantageous for them. But as we moved a little bit closer to the end of that match, such a strong of lag as well.
Yeah, Lag definitely stepping up, and I think Lag being one of those teams that really surprised us, DK, and you can see by, I think, particularly Zero here, steps out and gets this beautiful finish to the rest of RTG, and RTG, who we expected being the favorites, did not have a great start to this competition.
Yeah, I mean, it was a little bit of a tough run there for RTG. As we know, they finished up in that fifth position. But looking at the run that we had from Lag, moving in that first match, moving into the second one, I mean, second match, a little bit of a tough start. Not the same kind of performances we had in that first one, but definitely some pretty contentious performances we had coming through, especially looking at this engagement here with RTG. I mean, Zero finding some really good plays, but unfortunately, as we saw there, Hello was able to send out a beautiful one.
Yeah, I think even Nuclear, who we do get to speak to later, keep in mind, Zachary, this pro player, the team leader for Nuclear, really stepping up here on the second match on Mirror. We came into their own, particularly on this second game, and even so did some of these other teams who we needed to also step up. Blood Brothers also showing us what they can do against Club African, unfortunately.
Yeah, I mean, I was quite excited to see Blood Brothers coming in with a strong presence, especially as we saw over on towards Murmur. Moving into a little bit of that Erangel action, right? This is where things took a little bit of a different swing for them. And I mean, even the players here from Nuclear, this is another match in which they finished quite strongly, right? Coming in with that third place finish, but also picking up 5 eliminations along the way.
And even Snakes, I think one of our other teams who have been mostly aggressive, or the most aggressive team, even taking down Cloud9 to finish up that third game. But as we did move in, unfortunately, to our final game here, it was all but difficult uphill sailing for Numbers. Unfortunately, they're just falling down. Unfortunately, Stacey trying to do their best, but the numbers from 47 were just so much for them.
I mean, this was a very exciting and slightly spicy engagements coming through from both 47 and Num. And as we know, right, it lasted for a little while as the teams were trying to lock in that western position. Yeah. But not long after this, we saw that absolutely brutal zone shift coming in, taking the teams all the way down to that far southern edge.
Yeah, indeed, as you can see, though, by the end of our first day, this was the standings that we got to see. Cloud9 on top of all of these other teams with 74 total placement points. But you have to obviously look towards there being Snakes, the most aggressive team in terms of eliminations, but Nuclear very close behind also these two teams, but with the most placement points overall. So this scoreboard really can change, particularly in today's final games.
Yeah. And I mean, today I'm going to be hoping for Nuclear Miracle to get a little bit more aggressive, right? As we can see, their consistency with regards to those placement points being very much on par with Cloud9, right? Cloud9 on 40, Nuclear sitting on 41, but the difference coming in is that Cloud9 is 10 points ahead with regards to the elimination. So we could potentially see a little bit of an amendment coming in on that front.
Yeah, it's certainly, though, a lot of amendments being needed to take place in these final 5 games by our second half of the page. I think, really, we have seen some great opportunities and some great moments individually by these final 8 teams, but unfortunately, from Blood Brothers all the way down to Club African, they haven't had that consistency that we were really looking for, DK, yesterday, and that's unfortunately why we see them there on that second page.
Yeah, I mean, anything can change on the second day. As we know, it's just going to take a lot more work to get that, to pull off a successful move like that. But even the difference between the top of the second page and the bottom of that first page, we're only sitting on about a point difference of 6, right? So we can still see some drastic changes coming in, at least with regards to the top section of the second page and, of course, that lower half on the first page. So the teams really have to step up and deliver on that front if they're looking to advance themselves further up that leaderboard, because as we know, there's prize money up for grabs here.
Yeah, certainly $8,000. So that's what you're looking for on the daily, is one would say of our other casters, I will not name who, is the $8,000 there up for grabs. $4,000, $3,000 there down in second and third position. 16, though, even if you do go in last place, still getting at least $1,100. So everyone's gonna be a winner today, DK.
Yeah, I mean, it is going to be a very interesting day to see where exactly these teams are going to be ending up. As we know, right, there is earning potential for these teams, but it is going to take a lot of focus moving through our beautiful match rotation for the day.
Ooh, what a Erangel sandwich is what I'm talking about, DK. We get the Erangel at the start, we get the Erangel bun towards the end, and as always, the Miramar sauce and the Sandhawk salad to spice it all up inside the middle. That is what I love, a triple layer Erangel sandwich to be exact. I mean, just want to take a bite straight out of it.
Well, I mean, you're welcome to do that. You might end up with a mouthful of dirt, especially if you take a bite out of Miramar. But you know what? If that tickles your fancy, be my guest, Wolf.
I'm not sure I really want the dirt. I'm not sure we agreed to have the dirt in the middle. I thought we were just having the spicy sauce and Miramar in the middle there.
Well, you never know, right? I mean, with PUBG and those zone rotations, it's always going to be a little bit of a surprise. So if you want to make a sandwich out of that, I guess it's going to be a little bit of a surprise as well.
Look, I tell you one team that brought all the spice, DK. That was Cloud9, and being our feature team here heading into our final day, it really did perform, I think, really the most consistently out of all our 15 teams. They showed up time and time again, and when it counts, particularly I look back towards that Sandhawk match, right, where they rushed down and got almost that entire wipe onto Club African even.
I mean, a really strong performance coming in from them. I have to agree. A really great consistency coming in. Very balanced approach with regards to the eliminations and those placement points that they've been able to bring on through. But, I mean, aside from that, we also saw the players there from Snakes also being very consistent, right? Yes, they've been able to bring in more eliminations than Cloud9, but Cloud9 has been able to beat them with regards to those placement points.
Yeah, certainly it's a consistency that is key when we're looking for it, particularly those games as well today. These 5 games really do matter on staying, even for a team like Cloud9, all the way on top as much as possible for them.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to take a little bit of work. So as we had a quick look over on towards the schedule, right, there's only 4 points separating Cloud9 from the team there of Snake. So those are definitely 2 teams that are going to be watching. But, you know, it's going to be a pretty tight lineup because all the teams realize that this is the final day, the final 5 matches they have to try and lock in their position on that leaderboard.
And one of those teams I think particularly that we have to talk about is Nuclear Zone. Nuclear Zone have really also been one of these really, really impressive teams coming into those first 5 games. I think you look towards some of these game players overall in total, and for me, what strikes out the most by Nuclear is actually their ability to still, even when they've been struggling, to make it work in these games. Yes, they've not had the easiest positions, but you look back towards that Miramar game, particularly in that second match, right, where they were able to 2v3 onto AKM, and even in a disadvantageous position, utilize the other team's weaknesses against them. And that's what you're really looking for, and to punish those enemy mistakes in a top team.
Yeah, I mean, they've really been able to utilize the placement points. As we see, they are the team with the highest amount of placement points. And speaking of that, of course, we also have an extra little bit of a surprise coming through as well.
Yeah, indeed we do. We got a beautiful interview here ready from Nuclear Zone. Very much welcoming Zachary here to the desk. How are you doing, Zachary, on this fine day? I'm not sure you can hear us. I'm not sure you can hear us. We're asking Zachary if you can hear us. Oh, well. We're looking towards Zachary. No worries. Zachary, thank you very much for joining us on the desk. It was still beautiful to see your beautiful face, of course, but unfortunately, you need to get in the game now. The 5 games are getting ready, so unfortunately, we do not have the interviewers planned for Zachary, but we do have Nuclear Zone still stepping up, going into today's games. And I think, DK, even though we don't get to talk to Zachary specifically, we do get to talk about the team. And I want to spend a little bit of time. And I think looking towards this team, is there anything for you that really steps out on the front page as one of these teams?
I mean, we can. The main thing we've seen come through from them is their ability to find themselves moving into a strong finish at the end of the matches, right? So the rotational positioning from them really working out quite phenomenally. You know, they've been able to be pretty strong. And as you pointed out, when they moved into the performance that we had over on towards Miramar, very exciting stuff coming in from that. And even though it seemed like they were outnumbered, they were still able to keep their cool. So I'm going to be looking to more of that kind of performance coming through here, because as we know, a team's ability to keep their cool all the way through the progression of the match really pays great dividend when it comes to those later stages.
Look, though, if you are voting for Nuclear as well, DK, or if you are voting for any of these other 15 teams, get on board with our hashtag Snapdragon Pro Series on both Twitch and YouTube, and let us know who you are rooting for in these final 5 matches. But before we get into that first game, we are going to take a quick break, and we will be with you on the other side with a wrangle for match 1.
Right. My name is Mohammed Ahmed. My in-game name is Lag0. I'm one of the supporters in Team Lag, and I'm pleased to be with you here today, actually. So my in-game name is basically based on a character in an anime called Code Geass. That character is a very smart character that plays with his brain most of the time. So that basically the whole name Zero came from that. So my game style itself is basically using your mind more than anything else. Well, we've been doing good actually in the tournament. We've been first place throughout the qualifications so far, and we were basically getting a lot of kills as well. We have a very good fraggers in the team at the moment that helped us basically throughout the qualification period. Well, yes, definitely, we deserve the placement. I think our team most likely has the most experience out of all the teams in the and that's basically showing in our results at the moment. So I think, yes, we deserve that. Well, we're counting on the first, basically. We want that first place as much as possible. We're going for it, and that's the plan. At the moment, I think the team that has like the most experience out of all the teams at the moment is Relay Insider. That team is basically has been playing with us in the African region for quite some time now, and they have the most experience. So I think they're going to be basically hard to deal with more than the other teams. Yeah, definitely. We have Wrangle. Wrangle's our favorite map. It's basically the map that we get our best results in. If you can see it throughout our qualifications and throughout our previous tournaments, it's always a Wrangle that we show up in. And our landing spot is mostly farm. So that farm split is basically we would like to be in the middle of Wrangle, and we enjoy it the most for our kills. Well, it's probably that most of our players right now basically have been playing with mostly low-end devices and actually very bad ping, and we're still got to play in this competitive level even with that, and that's basically a sign for everyone else who is putting ping and low-end devices as an excuse of not performing. They can actually perform, because even our team performed. Well, it's definitely my teammate La Cacao. He is, I think he's the best fragger in PMPL or PMCO, actually in the whole of African continent. He in one qualification, it was the quarterfinals at that stage, it was a top 32.
The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Monster Energy, and DHL.
Welcome back, everyone, from that quick break, where we are shortly going to be heading into game number 1 for our Wrangle for our final day of the Snapdragon Pro Series by PMCO finals here for the African region. DK, it has been a beautiful Thursday, but what is also beautiful is, of course, the Oppo phones, the upgraded performance and upgraded fun. Celebrate your winning spirit with the brand new Oppo Reno 7 Pro 5G, the designated smartphones for PUBG Mobile Middle East and Africa Esports 2022. What a beautiful one down there, DK.
Oh, I mean, it's absolutely fantastic. I mean, some beautiful color options there as well. I'm liking the dark one.
I like the gold.
You know, well, you know, that's why we're sitting on opposite sides of the screen, right? I mean, and I think it was a good decision to make, but either way, you know what? Yeah, I mean, some pretty exciting stuff. But aside from the Oppo Reno series, we're also getting ready to get into some pretty spicy action on the screen here today. I'm really hoping to see the teams just even, you know, growing even more from what we saw coming in from them today. I mean, we did see a little bit of that progression happening as the day went on. So I'm really looking to see what the teams are going to be bringing out onto the battlefield.
Yeah, I'm really looking forward to what these teams can bring as well. Let us know in the chat what teams you are rooting for in the Twitch chat. Use the live poll. Keep in mind on letting us know every single game, and we will let you know which teams we are rooting for as well, and who we think from the analyst desk that we think can bring home the W on that Winner chicken dinner. DK, I think we are all looking towards some of these top teams, but I want to spend a little bit of time on these smaller teams down at the bottom. And I particularly want to bring up, I think, really Team Lag is the one of them for the beginning. Now, they had a fantastic last game, but minus that last game, they were on that second half page of the leaderboard. Now, do you think that with that fantastic showing they had yesterday, they are in the right mindset, they are ready to go now for game number 1 here?
Yes, I do think so. I mean, maybe there was just a little bit of a, you know, them just trying to get into the rhythm, trying to figure out what is going to be the best play for them to make in the finals. But they did start looking a lot more consistent as we were getting into those later matches, right? So I want to see that momentum carry forward in today's performances. We want to see that performance from Lag and have them push on forward, because as we saw in the interview, you know, Lag, they say they are ready. Now we want to see them show us how ready they are.
And even in the replays, we got to see also some of these other teams like Num too. Now, Num are a really interesting team for me because they seem like they want to take these fights. They seem like they aren't scared in terms of their confidence. But when is it too confident, DK? When is the time to slow down here for Num and maybe focus on those position points?
I mean, I think it comes down to first is starting off with a good drop location, right? They've had an opportunity now to get a bit of an assessment as to where the opposing teams are going. And I'm honestly hoping that they've done a little bit of that VOD review just to get a better idea of what kind of options they could be looking to go for, at least with that starting point, right? Yeah. But as we've seen in the bigger events, right? It all comes down to how you then choose your rotations based on your knowledge of not only the map, but your potential rotations of the opposing teams. So if a team like Num wants to make it into those later phases and they're looking to dial up the aggression, there could be two places, right? One could either be in the beginning when we know no one has any major gear to speak of, but that could be a little bit of a detrimental approach. But a little bit better play would be to kind of try and maybe last into those later phases, and then you know, if you have a clear line of sight, potentially look to take a few of those engagements, and who knows, you could be raking in a few of those much needed points.
Look, I think definitely Num, they're one of these teams to could potentially, with their aggression, get to the top of that leaderboard, or at least the first half of that leaderboard. They're going to need a big performance, and that likely is also going to be the same for a team like 4Rush. I think as well, on the same page, right, DK, where you are looking at 4Rush being this very aggressive team, but also on Sandhawk, where you show that immediate weakness, where they aren't really pre-planning their movements. So yes, they have the aggression, but it's almost untamed aggression, and you're fighting both Blue Zone, you're fighting both these teams where you've not really set up a great position initially for yourself, and as a result, you don't get the fight that you're looking for because you're not as prepared as these teams that you're trying to engage on top of in these compounds, that one being Paradise Resort earlier. But is there any other real teams that really stand out to you that maybe have also that hope down on that second page of the leaderboard that we're looking at?
I mean, 47 and RTG, right? Those are two teams that we also saw really showing great potential yesterday. But with regards of their placement, they have not really been able to pull off a successful run just yet. So who knows? Maybe today could be an absolutely phenomenal day for them. And what I'm liking, what we're seeing here about the teams is they're showing great potential. The initiative is there. Sometimes it's just with the appropriate time to execute you know, the state maneuver, but you can definitely see there is some adaptation starting to develop, and essentially we want the teams to try and build on that and you bring in those improvements.
Yeah, I think 47 especially is one of those interesting teams you saw in that last game, right? The 47 Machines, they were very strong in their ability to actually take these fights, but as a result, when it comes to the overall positioning and again moving out of those fights and getting a good position later, it isn't as so strong for them. And I think when you are spending so much time fighting in these early games, you are trying to take these aggressive moments. Yes, it may work out, but a trade-off is that you are losing time, right, to try get a position later in these zones. And you see AKM really trying to find these fights around the 4th and the 5th zone mark, which as a result does put them further behind, because 4th, 5th zone is when you're expecting to move in further and focus more on those really rotation side of game, because it is so quickly these zones coming in against you.
Yeah, very, very true with what you say on that. And I mean, that is reflected in the points that they have moving, or rather looking at the overall rankings, because they've only been able to find 5 placement points. But then we see, if we look on towards the number of eliminations they were able to find, they're sitting on 16. So definitely they are showing aggression. But as we know, right, there needs to be a little bit more focus being brought into getting themselves into a good position that they are able to then defend it and utilize the aggression that they're coming in with.
Yeah, I think it's that controlled aggression that we're also looking for. And you see that as we do go back towards some of these stronger teams, right? Like Snakes, for example, being one of them, I think have showed that controlled aggression. And yes, bar, albeit that really horrible game by Snakes on Sandhawk, where he did unfortunately go out very early, you had to look at the rest of their 4 games. And if they had had that good game on Sandhawk, a moment where Snakes could be potentially on the top of that leaderboard instead, as we're looking at exactly the team on top there, Fianso from Cloud9, who are trying to defend their position here in that pole spot as we jump down into our first game on Erangel.
Yep, then this is where the excitement starts, as we can see our lovely flight path starting all the way down from that Sosnovka military base and heading over on towards Everest, as we can see just there on the screen. So it does look to be a lot more of a western flight path, so it is going to have a little bit of an impact as to how far east the teams can reach, jumping straight out of the plane. As we know also, there's nothing that can stop a quick little bit of a vehicle rotation being utilized for teams to get themselves a little bit better situated. But also we got to look at where that first initial zone is going to be going, right? Yesterday on Erangel, aside from the last match, we had some fairly comfortable phases coming through for the teams.
Yeah, I don't think you've seen really once what happened in terms of zones in that last match. I mean, that is a really once in a blue moon type of zone you do see where it is so heavily into the water still. I think that was a really brutal zone, but we also got to see the adaptivity, which I think is a cool part of these teams. And you got to see which teams were able to very quickly respond on the fly. Now, we are seeing and I think it is probably the easiest Erangel zone we've had, but it doesn't mean it's not exciting. And I think we get to see again these rotations from these teams, and it's something that has always been so interesting to me on these lower level competition teams. How do they make these rotations? We saw that they were quite linear in the first few games yesterday, and I'm hoping that we can see a bit more. As Club African, though, they do look like they won't be able to show us that, as already Sano is going to fall down to Sanad. Unfortunately, not the game that he was hoping for. Just there, Club African caught off guard when he split so far.
Yeah, I mean, definitely a good start coming through here for Rush. And as we know, that early game split sometimes gets you off to a little bit of a rocky start, if we can put it that way. But one thing that I've noticed looking at the map is that we also have the players there from Rebels Rage. They've also decided to drop down on towards that Sosnovka Island. So that's going to be interesting seeing them in addition to the players from 47 and Lag, who we know like to drop in that region. But again, then looking back over on towards the southwestern side, as we can see on screen, we've got 4 Rush here. But we have also then the players from Thunder, Young Thunder, holding it just over towards that quarry position with, as you've mentioned before, also Club Africa. But Num is also here. So we do see a few points of contention coming through, at least in this first phase of the game.
Yeah, I'm certainly looking towards some of these teams on these rotations stand into the zone. You again see these squads that all kind of focus towards more this western side of Erangel, and it does create that, I think, is what we saw that 4th phase, really where these teams begin to fight a lot more heavily. But I do like that we have seen already aggression toned down by these teams as we have gone through at least the first 5 games, and to see that aggression actually toned down as quick as a pace as you expect maybe in more of a pro league situation is very admirable from these squads. To understand that yes, once you have yourself situated from the first Erangel game, you maybe aren't going to go for these kills as much and try to figure out the positions of these teams. And especially important coming into the second day, judging these teams should have done their homework on where the rotations will be coming through from their opponents.
Yeah, I mean, definitely the first day was a little bit of a gamble because you don't really know what the opposing teams are going to be doing 100% rotational wise. Moving into day 2, again, you don't have 100% certainty with regards to that, but you've got a better idea as to what to be potentially expecting. But this is what makes it so exciting, though, Wolf, is because at this point in time, you know, the teams are still looking to adapt to each other. So there's a lot of surprises that the teams experience along the way. So that does bring in with it a little bit of complexity. You know, it does make it a little bit more challenging for these teams to come in with a more secured and more defined kind of approach to these matches. So I'm not too surprised to see, you know, some teams really figuring it out, knowing that, you know, if they position themselves in a particular spot, they could be, you know, quite favorable for them. And then, you know, I've got other teams that have their moments of glory, but there's still a little bit of room for improvement there as well.
Yeah, I mean, it's called African, as we saw, yes, they've lost a player, but we know what they can do as well. We saw that we had that beautiful punish onto Young Thunders earlier in yesterday's games, and they really were able to show that they can set up, given the right situation, a beautiful fight, and they did just completely annihilate Young Thunders, dragging them from one side of the fight to the next. And you saw it as well, even on teams like, of course, Num, and even 4Rush that we talked about previously earlier today, where, yes, they've also had those aggressive moments, but it's the consistency that's key. And that's why, again, we talk about Cloud9 as being one of these really heavy favorites coming into winning today and winning the competition overall, is because they just have been mathematically the most consistent team out of the previous 5 matches.
Yeah, they definitely have been. And, you know, if we look at the kind of approach coming through here from Snakes, it's an interesting one, because they don't look too concerned about getting him set up in this first initial phase, right? They're focusing on getting their loot sorted, making sure that they've got everything that they can possibly find, at least, you know, in towards the South Georgieville Crates region. And then as we move into this next phase, once that blue zone starts closing up, that's where they start turning a little bit more of their attention towards their positioning. And I do think that is quite a beneficial approach to be taking, instead of, you know, worrying too much about where you are positioned in this first phase. Get yourself sorted so that, you know, once you start moving into a more decisive position, you've got the ways and means to defend that position should you find, you know, any opposition once you get there.
Yeah, I thought it was actually really impressive, the position that we saw yesterday from both Glitch and also Rebels Rage, actually, in one of our previous Sunhawk games, where they both took up that Paradise Resort. But I think more impressive were actually Rebels Rage, because we saw that, yes, as a team, they weren't having the greatest performance, but they were very patient, and that controlled aggression, as we are looking for from these top teams, really did pay out in not really taking those fights when it did center around Paradise Resort, in allowing the other teams to whittle themselves down, and then they were able to come in at the final moments and clean up a lot of those extra kills by those unprepared teams, this uncontrolled aggression that had been used already by those previous squads. And there, because they were able to capitalize on other teams' already an ability to set back up for another fight, I think that you could see this again being another strategy by both not only Rebels Rage, but it's by something like Glitch as well, where had Glitch also done the same and stuck together more as a squad, you see them now doing that together, bringing themselves as a duo at least back together for now. It might be something that their Glitch finds success on later today too.
Yeah, I mean, definitely that is something to keep in, you know, under consideration as these teams look to progress further forward, right? It's great to be a little bit split up in those early few stages, but you definitely want to look to condense that position, as you know that there are going to be more teams potentially moving towards you. And of course, now speaking about teams moving towards each other, right? We've got the players here from the side of Rebel Rage looking to defend this eastern bridge, but coming in from that southern position is potentially the team of Lag, as we can see them with a slow, steady approach, kind of trying to decide, are they going to go for the eastern bridge? Are they going to opt for that western bridge? And at this point in time, the western bridge could actually be a lot more of a comfortable approach for them to get back on towards that main island.
Yeah, certainly the Western Bridge, right, has been a contested location, just where all of the teams, of course, situating around that more western side. And I think actually in a zone like this, where it is more towards these teams, obviously all focused around that Western Bridge, those who drop all the way down in that South Island, we know there are a couple of teams there, do find maybe more success dropping through from the South Island, but rotating in through the Eastern Bridge, actually, and trying to rotate up towards Yasnaya Polyana, Playana entering the zone from more of those fields just below there. Yes, you may not want to obviously enter the fields because, again, yes, now Playana is a very open space towards the south of it. You can still utilize those hills even further south, which is actually towards more the center of that zone, or at least the largest point that you can enter from on that eastern side that could prove them more fruitful for those southern teams.
Yeah, I mean, we've got Alamo just to that southern side there of Yasnaya, and it is a compound that we've been seeing, you know, being a little, somewhat contentious in past matches. So I'm curious to see whether or not any of these teams are going to be looking to potentially move into that region. As you've also mentioned, smack dab center zone, there are a few compounds that the teams are already starting to occupy with pre-fire going on a bit of a roll there, but as they now start to roll up in towards Gatka, it is going to be quite some distance for them still to travel to make it all the way to that edge of zone. And fortunately, on their current approach or trajectory, we could actually see them maybe rotating up in towards Pachinki, or maybe going north or south of that to get themselves secured into the zone.
I mean, this is a very standard, I think, second phase where, yes, it has gone towards more that eastern side, but these teams are very centralized, and it's something we did see yesterday in these teams all wanting to try get their piece of the center of the zone. Now, yes, that is something that has been proven when it is at the top level and played there can be still successful, and I look towards, I think, more the Arabian region, who do also like to copy this strategy. But I think that actually you are much more safer in a 2-day event where you aren't really as familiar with those teams in only 10 games across 2 days, of course. Staying towards the edge, much better. As unfortunately for Blood Brothers, they have gone in towards center. They do lose one. They are going to now escape. They should get away with their lives here, both Devil and Matador. But it is an unsuccess of losing Nagata, which is a very key player, as we know, who has stepped up for Blood Brothers yesterday.
Yeah, I mean, it is going to be a little bit of a difficult one because as you rotate up in towards that center zone, right, you don't know who else is going to be moving, and it is quite difficult to get a strong assessment off of these teams just based on 2 days of gameplay. But as we know, the teams have also had an opportunity to play it out in the group stages, so they might have had a bit of a chance to get an idea as to what exactly they could potentially be expecting. But as we know, it is difficult to lock that in 100%. And now we do see a nice migration of teams starting to converge in towards that more centered position, with a few teams just holding back, hanging on to the edge. So we have the players there from Cloud9 yet to make their entry into zone. But now it comes down to where are they going to be going? Are we going to be seeing them push all the way through and join the rest of the teams closer to center zone, or they're going to go for a little bit more of that edge play? And as you said, right, it could be a little bit more of a favorable approach to take.
Yeah, certainly Blood Brothers here as well. Down to 3 players is going to be a little bit more of a tricky setup for them coming into this zone. I like that they've already positioned themselves in the center of this zone, but just towards off the center, so they aren't really going to be too much of a threat. They're not taking up one of these main compounds that are inside of phase 2. They're more just taking up one of these solo buildings, so they aren't as likely to be caught out by some of these teams, but they still got the compound there to protect them. Insiders also fending off their own compounds. Here is also Rebels Rage do look to try to oppress them, but I think the Rebels Rage actually already have a great position. Even though they're pushed off this fight, they are going to still have the high ground. They're still going to be able to look not only on Insiders, but also at all of these other teams, of course, that have rotated or are still rotating through the western side too.
Yeah, and I mean, there is it looks like an absolute terror for the teams rushing in from that western side. We've got an absolute insane number of players rotating in from the southern side as well. So, I mean, looking at this position that we had there, right, not the worst position for them to be in. They are set up close to that center zone, but there's going to be a lot of fighting now breaking out as the teams are looking to get themselves secured into this phase. And you can see the players here from Nuclear just keeping a very watchful eye on the position there of RTG. But we can see several engagements, especially now, starting to erupt on towards that southern front.
Still, Nuclear, though, they're holding off for now. As you can see, in and around more of this Rosok side, they are holding off the bridge up towards that north point. But it's going to be very difficult for them, I think, to continue to hold this location. They can hold it for now, but as these teams do move further and further in, it's going to become more more difficult indeed for him to continue to hold that. Unfortunately, also, the rest of 47, yes, they were looking all right, I think you could argue, as a performance. But again, that aggression maybe not working out for him here in today as they do fall out in that 16th position.
Yep, it is going to take some work. And now we see Sakri here, who we had on screen just a few moments ago. Well, maybe a little bit more than a few moments ago. Just holding on to their position. A great setup coming in from Nuclear, holding on towards that western front. But as we look a little bit further north, again, Cloud9 still just close to that edge. But now they've got to look to deal with the potential threat of Snakes looking to get themselves up into zone. But it does seem like Snakes are going to be wrapping all the way around that waterway, and instead coming in from northern Yasnaya. Now, that could actually be a very good approach for them to make, as we can see a lot of the teams focused more towards that southern side of this phase. So they could have a little bit more of an easier run, getting themselves situated in anticipation of where this next phase could be taking us.
Yeah, certainly they are going to be avoiding that potential fights. I think S9 is definitely a safe bet to go, but I think that Glitch honestly have one of the best positions in this current phase 3. Heading into phase 4, they've got control over those barrel hills. They've got the high ground still that looks again behind all of those teams rotating towards them. So as long as Glitch just actually keep that 3-man position, really facing towards the barrel hill strong, but they've also got that 1 man behind still to look at. How can Glitch utilize that formation though into something more successful? As phase 4 does kind of pop, it has gone down more towards those barrel hills as well, so it is then even more in favor of them, but it definitely puts more of a target on their back that they're going to have to defend all of these teams who have had situated themselves next door to them.
Yeah, it's going to be quite a bit of a challenge, and as we saw, a beautiful number of teams still to get themselves locked into this phase, and Blue Zone not going to be allowing a lot of time for that, so the teams will have to put some haste into that to get themselves situated. Of course, it is going to be the players here from Full Rush, who is one of those teams yet to get into a strong position, but they are going to be running into a little bit of opposition, especially on that western front. We got Glitch positioned there. We got the players from Dew, as we can see right here on the screen as well. And of course, we got the team then from Nuclear looking to try and play the ridges, trying to see if they can find having any of that. They are just capitalizing on their position in the compound and just looking to rain down a little bit of terror.
Dew as well, I think, also a fantastic position for them. You look over this roadside, they're going to control this complete roadside of Nuclear. I'm surprised, actually, they didn't use it as much. They Glitch didn't use it as much. They find still, though, that opposite strike down onto Glitch, indeed, which is beautiful stuff, indeed. Senna with the extra shots there with the help of Willow. But can they find now a second? Now they have the initial knock. I don't think it's going to avert to too much, but he can still punish Nuclear here, as we said. Have rotated into the midst of absolutely everyone and are getting punished for it. Slaughtered down too. Almost there. The third will fall and down to just Sakri, the only one here remaining.
Oh, I mean, such a tough call being made there by Nuclear. And I mean, a very, very exposed position. They are smack dab center out in the open. Everyone can now just reach on through. As you can see, Sakri also getting traded off there by RTZY. And now, Club African gets sent away. We are down to 13 teams. Dew still keeping a very watchful eye there on Glitch as that blue zone is closing up. Once again, forcing these teams now to commit to rotation. But, I mean, Rebels also holding up in that position alongside the players there from Nuclear. A very, very challenging position, especially now for Nuclear. But look at this reach coming through from Dew. I mean, just capitalizing on their angles that they've got. RTG even looking to move on in, and they are now able to strike down in almost any direction from here.
You can sense the urgency of Juvo. They don't know where this zone is going to go, DK. It could go away from them, so they're trying to open up a path here. All the other teams are also trying to do the same, and they are making these bolder moves over Dew. So yes, Dew have this compound, but RTG have now leapfrogged them. You've got still their Nuclear alive, albeit as a solo player, but Glitch also looking down on the other side. Dew are actually now pincered between Glitch and also RTG, so they need to at least begin to clear out one side, and that knock from leader on to, unfortunately, Kozi is a massive drop now, as Shikozi will need to be revived. Those are 10 seconds that we don't really have if this zone does move away.
Yeah, and there's a lot of, calculations or rather tactful positionings that will need to be utilized here, especially with so many teams just staying on that perimeter of the phase. And I mean, the bold few taking the plunge, looking to get themselves set up in towards Zone. And so far, it does seem like that is at least working out for Rebels, right? Because they're able to evade a lot of the engagements coming into their direction, just utilizing the ridge lines. But we are going to be seeing a lot of fighting coming through on these edges, as we do now see the players here from Lag being set up on towards that southern side. We have Num as well as the players here from Rilla Insider yet to find a secure entry point. But now, this being the 5th phase, there's not a lot of space for these teams to utilize. And looking at where the zone has been situated, it's going to be a really tough play to get a good, secure angle to fight from.
Lag still holding off on the edge of the zone, the south side, still under their control, and you should be able to keep this control for now. We still have the compound available to them. The rest of these teams moving in, though. 47 machines making the move, and they do terminate themselves through on the edge. One should fall down, and they do not, though. Carlos gets in, and now as Carlos there does get the anchor point for 47 machines, and with that we'll be able now to help the rest of those members get forward into the zone as well. Lag, they did not stop the initial front, and now they will suffer forward. Snakes as well inside the midst of all of the carnage up towards the north still as they hold off Jew. RTG as well stuck inside of these dire Yasnaya Polyana fields that we talked about how difficult they are to navigate, how flat and open this terrain really is.
I mean, it's such a challenge, but looking back at yesterday's performances we see coming through from Snakes, they are up where they can utilize the experiences, but now RTG just rotating up in such a detrimental position, actually putting themselves in a very exposed play, and now it is going to be Alpha just raining down with the absolute chaos on towards them, coming in for a quick reposition, looking to see if they can pick up even more trades, and with that it is Hello now getting taken on down, and Yaya being the last remaining potential hopeful for this team here, but they need to act super quickly as we can see so many teams now all starting to pile into the zone.
That nade, if it lands, are trying to search for the double. They get one at least. Alpha takes down Hello. They're looking for even more. Pre-fires in the midst of them all. Looking for the rush down. Jew RTG. There's nothing left of them. RTG eliminated. And Snakes, they're on a tear now. 6 eliminations for themselves. But the zone, once more, is about to shrink. And you can see that all of these players now stuck in, they're locked into their own positions. 47, they had a great position, but now as 47 lose the zone, the majority of these players on the south side had to again take another risk to get back inside of this next phase.
Oh, I mean, it is looking pretty tough for these teams to get themselves set up. But again, look at Snakes, look at Cloud9, right? They're moving out of the oven, getting themselves situated up in towards that northern reach, and just ensuring that they are out of the cooker, for, at least for now, right? And it lines them up for such a beautiful potential play to come through. But now, there is going to be a lot of fighting still erupting down on towards the southern side. The players here from YT Gaming are looking to frantically just get themselves back into fighting form before starting to push to get themselves resituated into the zone. But of course, they need to push through not only the players there from Num, but they see the team there also then from the Rebels Rage just holding up on towards the edge. So it's going to be a very contentious play to try and get themselves back into the zone.
Out of the frying pan and into the firing line here, all of these teams on the northern side. It's unfortunately going to be a really tough one for these teams to get further into, but they have to make the move first. But whoever makes that move first is going to be the target on the head of everyone. And unfortunately, YT Gaming, they make that move, but it amounts to not all that much as they do fall down in their 10th position. No eliminations to show for it. Snakes, though, still have this fantastic position. They burn down all the vehicles, so there's no potential chance of being blown up where they stand. They pop down the tires, too, is what you're also looking for. So now they don't get shot from underneath. Now they keep that Jeep tire up because they've got the hill. They've got the car there to also protect them. So an extra little bit of height does bear even more so. So Snake playing really well with what they do have inside the top of his rock face. They do strike down another, of course, of these players down towards the south, but Cloud9 also there doing exactly the same from the opposite end. It is Cloud9 here in Snake's game to lose.
Oh, I mean, Cloud9, as we know, a team that has shown a lot of aggression alongside Snakes yesterday, looking very comfortable as they get ready for another potential play. They got 47 just over on towards the southern side, and it does seem like they could be turning their attention right on towards them. But this is where they need to bring in a little bit of that caution, right? Because if they get too bold with their approach, they could potentially get traded by any of the teams we see situated on towards that western side. Now, that could be the players from Rebels or even Numb. And who knows, potentially the Snakes could look to strike on down as well. With that, it is going to be Falesco getting traded in the advance. But now, 47 in a world of trouble as they've got 2 knocks on their side.
Still, Cloud9, they were trying to cause a press onto 47 machines. Now, they did knock down Law, but unfortunately, with that extra smoke, with the extra fire back, they were able to find that return onto Vivesco, so they do now buy themselves some time, but the zone is only 40 seconds away, and that will go in an instant here, is again the nades laying down, stopping the approach. Yes, they're not safe for now, but they are not safe very, very shortly indeed. They do need to make that move, but they are pinned down to their position on the edge.
Yeah, it is going to be a tough position to show any form of dominance on, as we can see the lineup of teams just situated up ahead of them. But some really valiant efforts being put forth here. No Cry now trying to reach all the way up to Flip. Finds a little bit of damage, sends out another nade. Oh, look at that spray though. The heads, I mean, the carnage is so beautiful to witness.
If they get it, they do. They knock down Flip. That opens up the space for them, DK. That's what here 47 machines needed to get away from the pin that was being established onto them. Cloud9, they're turning their head even now towards Snakes. They're trying to punish out Duo, who's going deep into the zone. Snakes, of course, need to make that rotation in, but Duo's on an own solo man mission. He's going down towards the south. Takes down, though, pre-fire as well by Cloud9, and it just feels like Snakes are falling apart. Duo gets overextended way too far, gets punished finally for it, and Leader is the only one now to show up for Snakes.
Oh, I mean, that was such a tough play coming through for Snakes. And with that, it is all it takes as we see Arawi now coming through with those final damaging blows to them. With that, now turning their attention straight on towards 47 as they too look to get themselves situated up in towards the zone. A very, very risky play coming through from Snakes. They're not having really enough information to make a good assessment as to how to take this approach. And as we saw, they did pay the price for that. But now look at 47 just really starting to try and leverage their position down on towards the southern side.
And 47, they're really the only ones that can stop now. Cloud9, they are on absolute tear this game. They are looking, DK, to solidify themselves in that pole position. Starting off today, they look like they might just find another access point is there. Also, Rebels Rage look to help secure the finish. 47 machines down with 4th and 8 eliminations also there for Rebels Rage, who again are having a fantastic game for themselves. But it's all between them and also here Cloud9, a Rogue Jew member though, lies in wait, looking a little bit sus here. Ishikosi, that is not an Orange Rebel Rage member, DK.
I mean, that could be an absolute thorn in the side here for Rebels Rage, as we could see just one nade getting sent out here from Shikozi to send that team packing, but not quite sure whether or not they've got any remaining utilities. But Cloud9 looking absolutely phenomenal, coming in with a full squad, and this is going to be another strong finish for them. They have the numbers advantage. All they got to do now is look to clean up the zone, as they now only need to contend against the 2 remaining players from Rebels Rage.
And Rebels Rage, they even open up fire onto Juve. That lets the sound cues know where they are for Cloud9. They're trying to search them out, search and destroy with the beacon, the buggy, but we can't find us yet. Rebels Rage, they're playing it patient for now. They do not want to be revealed, but it's still all Cloud9's game to lose. But there they find Flip. They don't find the instant return. Now they go in. They find one. There should be the second. And numbers advantage is too much for Rebels Rage. And Cloud9, the first game of the day, are off on a tear. 10, 12 kills for them here, DK, as well.
I mean, Cloud9 just flexing a little bit on the performance that they had yesterday, and what a great finish it was for them. I mean, we did see them sitting at the top of the log coming into today, and again, they're showing us that they are here to maintain that position one. They want to stay up in pole slot, and they are going to do whatever they need to finish strong in these matches.
Yeah, certainly I think that Cloud9, they had such control of that game, and I really loved the position actually that Cloud9 were playing. They played on the far edge, but actually they had a very decisive plan on what they wanted to do, and that was let these other teams fire it out. Let themselves reveal their own positions on where they were by taking those pot shots onto those other teams, and from there they were looking to then punish some of those other squads from also the barrel hills that they had entered out of. I think 47 really was the only one that was really doing the most damage to Cloud9, but with Snakes then going all send in with Duo, they removed themselves the opposite threat from Cloud9, and as a result, 47, when they fall down to Rebel's Rage, there is no one to stop Cloud9 from being able to secure that win in the game.
I mean, they were on an absolute rampage, just rolling on through. Of course, we did see that with regards to the eliminations, as well as you've mentioned, making it all the way up into those double digits once again. So, strong performance coming in. But you got to give it to Rebel's Rage as well, right? Yesterday, they were able to finish pretty strong with a decent amount of points on the board. And all they're going to be looking to do today is build up that momentum and just push themselves even further forward. And what a great start it was also then for Rebel's Rage.
Yeah, I think Rebel's Rage had an absolutely phenomenal game there, DK. You're looking towards Sandhawk. They had such a great game yesterday. We see again that they are capable here, this squad, of being able to perform so well. But can they perform consistently? We only saw one fantastic game from them yesterday. I'm hoping that this won't be the only one we get to see from them today.
Well, store for us, so there's going to be a little bit of excitement still to come, and I gotta say, you know, very satisfied with how this first match started.
Yeah, as well. Keep in mind, Miramar up next, and we saw how spicy of a game that could really be. I think that now we are expecting again, can Cloud9 though keep that consistency? Because this is the 6th game really in a row that they are looking strong on. I think the only game that did look their weakest was Cloud9 warming up on that first game yesterday on Erangel. But ever since that second match and looking further forward, Cloud9 have been one of these teams that look very dominant and have only been looking to be more dominant, I think, as this tournament has gone on. It's almost like they're learning, right? They're learning from these mistakes in what and how these other teams play around them.
Yeah, I mean, all they got to do is look to just continue on with the foundation that they've been able to lay yesterday. And looking at where they started off this day, it has been an absolutely phenomenal run. So it is going to be a little bit more of a relaxed approach for them with that regard, right? They've done a lot of work yesterday. Now today, all they got to do is just continue on the momentum, right? All they got to do is just sustain that approach, and we could see them finishing quite strong on the overall leaderboard.
Got to see if we can do that as we head to a quick break before our Miramar game and all the standings. So we'll be back with you in a moment.
Game now, me and you, we ain't the same now. Lions coming out to play now. Opposition out the way now. Out of the way, you wasn't invited. Say you come to play, I dare you to try it. You don't wanna try me, then step up to my team. Yeah, out of the way, yeah, yeah. Out of the way, yeah, yeah. Out of the way. ain't the same now. Lions coming out to play now. Opposition out the way now. Out of the way. You wasn't invited. Say you come to play. I dare you to try it. You don't wanna try me. Don't step up to my team. Yeah, out of the way. Yeah, yeah. Out of the way. Yeah, yeah. Out of the way.
The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Monster Energy, and DHL.
Welcome back, everyone, here to the best opera moves from game number 1. My name is Highlander Wolf, joined by DK. And DK, this was a fantastic game from Cloud9, who absolutely stomped that first match there, over double digits worth of eliminations. And they are really solidifying their spot on that number 1 position.
Oh yeah, I mean, they are just grinding away, trying to ensure that they come in with a really phenomenal finish in the day. So, I mean, you got to commend that, right? That's a really good consistency coming through from them. So, all you got to do is just replicate that for the rest of the day, and then they'll have a very successful run. You know, and we were talking about this a little bit off camera as well. You know, it is also still very much a mental game for these teams. So, aside from the skill that they need to showcase out on the battlefield, it also comes down to how they are able to cope with the mental pressure coming in, having to try and remain consistent all the way through.
Yeah, certainly the mentality of Cloud9 got to be high, but if they do have a bad game, can they recover from that? I think that is about what we are really expecting, not just from Cloud9, but from all of these other teams too, especially those like Snakes and also Nuclear, who are also trying to vie for those top positions, who started today in that top 3 positions. We check out, though, the damage count, and oh, days, is that the highest count we've seen all competition, DK?
I mean, what, 2,500 damage, nearly 2,600? That is an absolute insane amount of damage being dealt there. But look at Snakes also coming in with a really strong amount, right? But you got to look at the players there from 47, Dew, and Rebel's Rage, also breaking it out into over 1,000 damage being dealt.
It was a massive damage-heavy game for the top side of that leaderboard. No surprise, I think that the lower teams don't have as much. But over their 1,200 damage from Full Rush Elite, you can see that we were doing so much, but didn't amount to those eliminations as we were maybe expecting that to be so similar. So unfortunately for Full Rush, they needed to be a little bit more smart with their aggression coming into here, the Miramar game next.
Yeah, I mean, it was a tough play, but of course, as we know, the teams can still look to close up any of those gaps. But, you know, speaking of gaps, we got to see what the leaderboard situation is.
Indeed, Cloud9, they're already still, of course, on the top from that first game. And I think that Cloud9, there's 27 points for Ghana. Definitely still going to be in that pole position, but Rebels Rage to 21 points, the 9 eliminations that they were able to get as well, really did show up strong. And I think even Ju, who actually had a fantastic game, I don't think we talked about Ju enough from that first game, where they had that beautiful position, phase 4. They had such ability to punish these teams, and unfortunately I don't think it really translated into getting though all the way to the end. I mean, we're lucky, I think, that we had that solo towards the 3rd position.
Yeah, I mean, a great step up there coming in from Du. I mean, they, in one match, they were able to outdo their performance from the entire day of yesterday. And that's what we know, right? One strong performance and one strong consistent run coming in from these teams could definitely bring in a lot of upsets on towards the leaderboard. Looking at that last page, it was a little bit of a tough run once again, but I mean, the first page, as we saw, not only looking at the damage chart, also looking at the point situation, it is really starting to look good for these teams as we're having more teams now starting to step up.
Yeah, indeed it is, and I think that honestly, Ju also seeing, I think, 47 machines there step up, Rebels Rage as well, show us again what they're really made of. You start to see these teams lower down. I think this is also the dangerous aspect of it, is that you see these teams who almost have nothing to lose, or these teams who do have to fight in this first game to be able to have anything to win, really be almost that danger factor for these teams who are maybe more comfortable at the top of the leaderboard. And I think you saw that in other PMPL. You see it in other PMCOs and competitions too, where it is very scary for these teams lower down and what they're capable of. As we do check out their overall leaderboard though, and we get to see Cloud9 there take themselves above the century mark, 101 points for themselves. Snakes very close behind them though, with that 85 points, and Nuclear in 67 points there behind too. But there is gaps beginning to form, DK.
Not only gaps, but jumps as well, right? I mean, Rebels Rage, they would seem that also jumped up quite beautifully, right? They were sitting much lower down on that leaderboard as well, and now moving themselves up into 5th position. So a strong effort being put forth there from them. All they got to do now is look to be consistent all the way through. I mean, that is going to seem to become a little bit repetitive on our side. Need to do. Also, Num taking a little bit of a jump, right? Also moving up their performance, and RTG actually dropping down.
Yeah, I think that RTG definitely a massive upset for them, is one of the favorites coming in, but Ju even surpassing them with their amazing game that we did have there in that match one, really bringing in the points that they needed coming into this second day. They are going to need a little bit more, but if you think about it, these teams are only all about 30 points behind that 3rd position. Now, maybe not as feasible for these teams on the 2nd page, but for all those on the 1st page, you really are looking at one more bad game from YT, one more bad game from Nuclear, and suddenly it's a different team you see inside of that top 3.
Yeah, I mean, and that's kind of the exciting part about it, right? Because nothing is guaranteed just yet. The only thing that we know is that the blue zone is going to close in. We are going to have a team be victorious at the end. Who that will be, we've got absolutely no idea until that actually unfolds. So there is an element of surprise coming through here, and that is where the teams can really look to utilize that, right? They can decide to unlock their insane performance and just go absolutely crazy, and that could really catapult them much higher up on the standings.
Yes, certainly, and you're looking towards now these teams like Rebels Rage, I think, particularly jump from them having only 2 great games, but that's all they needed to really, with also those slightly less amazing games, be able to get enough points to get very close to that top 3 position. Now, it is a pressure, I think, psychologically for Nuclear, for YT, who I think YT more so have been quite strong in these recent games, just this first match today, but towards the end of that first day too, weren't looking one of the best teams that we maybe saw at the start of that first day.
I mean, they were coming into today's performances sitting up in 4th position, right? So that's not really anything to be too concerned about, but definitely would like to see a little bit more of an improvement coming in on that front. But then as we look back to the leaderboards, right? I'm quite surprised to still see the players there from Marilla Insider sitting there, right? We know that they've also had the opportunity to participate in the PMPL qualifiers. So I definitely want to see that experience being evident out on the battlefield. But it does seem like they're having a little bit of a tough time looking to get some good results out of that.
Look as well, very few at home. Want to see your favorite team jump in and get the winner chicken dinner. Vote for them down with the Twitch poll below. Also, make sure to let us know both on Twitch and YouTube. Vote for your own teams by just saying their names in the chat. Of course, I mean, DK, who are you also looking to find victorious here in this second Miramar match?
Ooh, I mean, that is an interesting question. I'm not going to lie, Wolf, but... you know, I'd say Team Lag, right? Because that was just the first team that popped up when I looked down at my sheet here. So I'm going to go for Team Lag, right? Because they caught my eye. But yeah, we did see a little bit of an interview there. Again, still waiting for that step up to come through. They've been showing some potential, right? They are sitting on a grand total of 50 points. They are leaning a little bit more towards the aggression instead of those positional points. But all they got to do now is look to keep up the aggression and just improve the positioning, ensuring that they get into those later stages.
Yeah, I think also Team Lag are a great one, but for me personally, I am also looking towards, I would argue, Nuclear in a way. I think that Nuclear have had a little bit of a disappointing performance in the recent games, but I think you look back towards their Miramar game that they had, right? And you saw it in these clutch moments when it counts, they're able to step up. I think in these moments, if we get to see like something like that again, maybe we see Nuclear also come up with a second chicken dinner on Miramar. My concern, though, is that teams like YT Gaming and Young Thunders, they did have their falls, but their falls were particularly on these non-Erangel games. Now, YT, they had a brilliant first and last game. Miramar did not look as great for them. Sandhawk did not look as great. Now, if they can also improve on these, I'm all aboard the YT Gaming train for them to also have that success.
I mean, so YT, they finished in the 6th position in yesterday's run over on towards Miramar, right? And if we look at the performance of the rest of the teams, Nuclear was actually the team to pick up the winner chicken dinner there. So they would be, you know, statistically speaking, the team that we could be potentially expecting to try and replicate their efforts from just yesterday. But as we know, there is also the addition of a different flight path coming through, different zone rotations. So there's a lot of factors that play into the success of these teams. So it's quite a difficult prediction to make. But, I mean, out of from the performance that we had yesterday, it is definitely going to be the players there from Nuclear Miracle as well as AKM that are supposed to be performing quite well right here on Miramar.
Yeah. If AKM can come out with another dub, that's what we're really looking for. I think that AKM, they did have a very difficult first game there. They fell down in that first team to fall actually in that previous match. So can they now do a little bit better? We got to see if they can show us that success they had on Miramar. I also think with some of these other teams like also Club African that we were looking at yesterday who have had these moments, as we say. Also, I think when you look towards Nilla Insider, some of these other teams who are really looking for that upset. Yes, they may not be in the contention for those top 3 spots potentially as much, but they really can shift the standings when up towards that top 3. Everyone is so close.
Well, I mean, we want to see a little bit more of a synergistic performance, right? We want to see everything just working out, everything just going click for these teams. And, well, they got to bring that to the field as soon as they possibly can. As we know, right? This is the 4th to last match. The last one, of course, on Miramar as well. So whatever they have hidden up their sleeves, they got to bear it all, step out onto that battlefield and just blow us all away with their performances.
Look, we are getting very shortly into our second match, but DK, I mean, really, what are we looking for? Let me know your position. I had Oasis, okay, as my position yesterday. Where are you looking for today for the Miramar to end up in?
I would love to see it go south, right? So
Ooh.
south of Los Leones, where we have that beautiful terrain shift coming in. I want to see it move into that, so it could go towards, who knows, even maybe Chumacera side, over towards Los Higos. There's several positions that it could be moving towards, but of course, essentially at the end of the day, we'll have to wait and see what that flight path has in store for us, and also then where that zone is going to be popping.
Look, you're on the desk with the right caster if you want Chumacera, and I mean, Los Leones as well was one of my favorites, maybe, well, favorites for the zone to go to, with me at least, is we did have a happy 7 time in a row Los Leones. That did happen, believe it or not, DK. So as it does fly by all of these teams, maybe hoping that the luck of, or the disluck of Highland Wolf will not be with him here to avoid a Los Leones finish. As we do go towards the south, I think also Chumacera, an interesting location. I think when we saw a lot of fighting happen there previously, I believe it was between Glitch and Jew, was these two teams that we saw yesterday fighting it really out against each other. Now, can we also see that be a bit more controlled? Because we not only saw that through from Chumacera, but from other places also on Miramar, where other teams did fall down very early and maybe shouldn't have had they just done a little bit more positionally aware.
I mean, it's a tough one, right? It's really a tough call to make. As we said, it's pretty challenging to gather a lot of information as to where these teams are going to be dropping and how they fare, you know, if a zone or flight path moves in a particular direction. I mean, that takes a lot of reviewing and a lot of homework that needs to be put into that. But unfortunately, we're not really going to be seeing that zone taking a shift down the southern side. Instead, it is moving over towards that eastern position. So Al Azhar could be a good start, especially as we see the players there from Lag occupying that region. And of course, a little bit of that contention coming in towards San Martin as well.
Still, definitely, I think for Nuclear, a big game for them. They are, of course, on the bubble. YT Gaming, a lot of these other teams all looking for their third spot. And I think, especially being on that bubble, you do have a gap between you and second position. You know that you are much closer towards being eliminated than being safe inside of that top 3. I think that pressure has also got to them. You saw that Nuclear made that very decisive, but maybe not as intelligent decision in that first game to jump in onto the Asnaya fields and into those crater fields first. I think they definitely could have waited, and it's about that patience that we're really looking for from these teams when they do get caught up in the moment. Jew as well, again versus Glitch, as we mentioned on Chumacera, be fighting, and it's up to now, can Jew find a revenge? Because Glitch last time looked like they handedly took that fight.
Yeah, I mean, it's all going to come down to what these teams are planning to do and how their positioning kind of works out. But looking at Dew's performance, right, the previous match over on Erangel seems to have, like, it brought new life into Dew, as they are looking quite proactive with their approaches here. We can see Shukozo and Sina coming up onto the edge, trying to play that ridge line, trying to encircle the players here from Glitch. And I mean, looking at Glitch's position, they've also gone for a very, you know, advantageous approach, a beautiful lineup that we've got. So they are in a position where they can really defend the region. But it's going to be a tough play because, I mean, it's their beautiful line that they've got up against the 2-2 split coming through here from Dew.
I do like Drew's position slightly better. I think that definitely Glitch, they do have more information overall on Chumacera. They do have more grounds to play with. But in this situation where if one of you do get picked off in a fight, Glitch are going to find it a lot harder to find that revive back together. You can then use this very split formation from Glitch if he can find a knock where they can try to infiltrate Glitch's position. Now, until that happens, Glitch do have a stronger position here, and they do have the better hand over Jew. I think particularly even the high ground does fare very well for them, falling back into more of those more warehousey, more kind of power plant buildings you do see with also the silos there. But I think that realistically it should be between who gets his initial knock, because if Glitch get the knock, Jew can make that revive. Glitch I expect to come together and capitalize on that push too.
I mean, that's one approach, right? But ideally, we know that neither of these teams are currently positioned within the next phase. So they definitely have to try and get themselves a little bit closer, because Blue Zone is going to start closing in right about now. So they have to keep their focus on that positioning as well, trying to stay ahead of what that zone could be doing. Now, it is going to be a little bit of a challenge because we do see the players here from Club African set up between them and where that zone currently is situated. So the sooner they can start to break away from that positioning up in towards Chumacera, the sooner they can get themselves situated with a lot of that, that crossfire coming through once they start making their rotation.
And I think the Club Africa as well, I like that they actually changed their initial drop spot as well, and it shows that adaptivity. Now, they went for a different position yesterday up towards really more of those Blood Brothers side, but this time they have moved to that southern end, more towards Glitch here in Chumacera, and I think that's just a change to Club African, who are a team, I think, that do like to play more passive in the early game. Here, Club African, they don't want to take these fights. Later on, when you're looking towards more phase 2, phase 3, that's when they do look more comfortable. But they are certainly a team that is very passive and much more focused on the initial looting phase. That is quite direct, it is quite linear in a style. I think that Club African could be more adaptive in this, and they could look to take more fights, particularly when they are, of course, so low. They don't have all that much to lose either.
Yeah, and I mean, a strategy that we did see being quite successful, being utilized by a few of the teams in the higher leagues, right, are coming in onto the edges of zone, just utilizing the time and the chaos erupting a little bit further up inside the zone. It's very similar to what we had coming in from Cloud9 just now on Erangel, right? So that strategy working out quite favorably time and time again. But it all comes down to the execution and the timing of these strategies. And for the time being, we're not seeing any major pushes or any major advances coming through from these teams, as everyone is just trying to play this phase out, waiting to see where the next phase could potentially be taking them. But still, you know, there is some room for those improvements to come through, at least with regards to positioning.
I mean, Insider as well, you can see on the map there up towards more of that happy end of Patton position, even in the lag up towards that Cruz de Val, who are already finding those positions, as we say, inside of the zone, DK. So there are already these spots, these core locations taken up by these teams. I think that it's now, do these other squads utilize the terrain rather than pounds? And it has been something that I've noticed, actually, as we've seen through all of these previous games, that teams in this lobby do tend to focus more on the compounds and more on the security of the full walls, rather than actually the terrain and what is around them also being maybe just, or if not more, successful as a blockade or a positional for them to hold. And now, actually, do we see that utilized, particularly in Miramar, which is all about those open ground, those high hills that you can use.
Yeah, I mean, definitely got to play to the strengths of the map here, and I do agree with you that the terrain utilization is definitely quite more favorable than it is utilizing the compounds, because also take into consideration, right, as we can see, for instance, looking at Willow here, the moment you start moving around, you lose a little bit of that line of sight, right? You lose the position of the person that you were potentially trying to focus on. But I mean, with Shikozi now coming through with some absolutely phenomenal nades, it doesn't matter all too much. So it is in a position where Wild can actually look to now play this high ground position as Cena and the rest of the team move forward to pick up those confirmations.
In Club African, I think they're being very aggressive here to dive further in onto the blue zone. I think, obviously, they did do their homework. They knew that they knew that Glitch would be here in this location. This is why they've come here, to try take the fight, to try get these eliminations. We hope they would do, because, as we say, they are fairly low on the leaderboard, but it does come at that cost, at the risk of also falling down and losing your members. And unfortunately, Ju just played a better game there. They bait using Willow, one of those Club African members, in to try get the shots onto Willow. Instead, they then drive the nade back into Club African's face.
Yeah, I mean, a little bit of a risky play here. Club African, definitely, I have to agree, showing a lot more of that aggression, right? It is a strategy that could work out in their favor, but looking at how far away the zone has shifted, it's definitely something that they need to try and fine-tune, as we do see, however, a beautiful knock coming in onto Shikozi right there. But now it's up to the rest of the team here for Dew. Are they going to try and tend to their teammate, get them back into the fight, or are they going to instead look to focus on that rotation and looking to get themselves into this next phase?
Oh, Juve still got a lot of pushing to do to be done here with Club African here already. still on that high ground, still already have a position over Jew. So it is going to be difficult, to say the least, for Jew to make it out of this. I actually think that Jew, in this situation, had they not been also stuck by glitch, they could have maybe used their healing, their medkits, and their first aids. It is only phase 1. They wouldn't have to... Unfortunately, AKM. That is a lost vehicle, I'm afraid. You will have to get out of that one if they can get it back on his feet. There we go, AKM. Congratulations. We're back on the road again, boys. But it's to go back to my point, is Jew is actually... Had they had a healing, they could have actually continued to just circle around with Club African as a whole. The problem is, Glitch were also taking the healing out, the healing supplies out of the area. So as a result, they don't have as much, and they don't have that option. So instead, they have to face Club African head on. Now, Cloud9 versus AKM, though, already into the fight, and they lose one from the side of AKM for now, but straight back on into 2 as Velasco and Flip do fall down. DK, Velasco's gonna get cleared up. There go the fire in the hole of the window. And there's nowhere to run here for Cloud9. One far out player for Cloud9 is it's only one remaining in the house, and AKM. They're hunting like the pack of wild dogs they are to hunt down Awari.
Well, they're definitely going to try and pick up as many points as they can here, but a very kind of, you know, blind rotation coming through there from Cloud9. I'm quite surprised actually to see that, and that is going to be the players from AKM just capitalizing on that fact, just utilizing their position and just picking up a few of those points. And as you said, right, all they got to do now is deal with one more player from Cloud9, but they got to be careful. As we can see, Num on the approach. 47, keeping a very watchful eye here as well. So there's quite a few teams in contention here looking to not only pick up those trades, but also looking to see if they can find a viable position to rotate into.
47 machines as well, trying to take those pot shots. Even here, Num joining is the 4 party now. It's no surprise around here, La Bandita, this is a core compound. There is only this one house that is around this very open terrain. You do have the ridge lines in between the roads, so there is obviously going to be a team around here eventually. And they expect so many teams so fast to be around here. Cloud9, they also brought their solo player in to try fight down AKM. I think that was also a mistake. They should have just used that solo player to try to survive Cloud9. They first for AKM. They might just fall down second here because Num are also watching in. They find one and they're looking to do exactly what AKM just did to Cloud9 as they hunt down, and AKM are left completely split. But Num lose 2, and as a stop avoids for now the fire from AKM. Oh, sorry, should I say Num? They actually are able to find a position to revive, to reset themselves down for a new fight here versus Num. Nade back out, trying to finish off the rest of Goblin. Brings them down to half HP. Can they find the last bullet in? Yes, they do onto Taxma. There comes the third. And it's only the whittling HP bar of the final member of Num remaining. And AKM might move themselves up to a second 1 fight.
Oh, I mean, such a beautiful play coming in here from AKM, and as we can see, Nazi being the final contender for AKM to try and deal with, and so they could lock in a beautiful squad wipe coming in. It is now a great opportunity for Yafors now to get that res up onto Woodstock. But here comes the assault as they get ready for the push. A little bit of spray, and with that, it is the end of the road. Num getting traded away, and with that, 6 eliminations in total now for AKM.
I love it to see it though, DK. The carrying feature used. You don't see it used enough in Rio being used to being hauled back inside. And that's perfect because 47, who I think also AKM knew were there. You heard the sniper shots coming through from 47 earlier on. Do bring themselves inside for the revive. Very smart decision. But now 47, they're not done yet. It's the third team AKM have to fight. And they're looking to maybe find some success. How much utility? How many bullets in the clip do AKM have? Because they haven't had a stop.
Yep, they definitely did not have a time to stop, but as we know, there is no rest whatsoever. It is going to be AKM now getting pushed upon Noke, right, trying to keep up that position, but a great off-angle play coming through there from Law as well. And that could be an absolutely advantageous angle to bring on through. Of course, the nade's getting sent on up. Yeah, Force with a quick just backing off of that nade just to ensure that it doesn't inflict enough damage on them. In fact, it almost didn't inflict anything. But now it is going to be stopped, and Rio looking to defend his lower levels. Beautiful trade coming right on towards Carlos, as AKM are not going to let them get contested for their position just yet.
This is AKM's game, but finally, one goes down. Foz, we first it out, and there falls the first of AKM. Finally, 47 do some damage, which the previous could not. Rio steps forward, finds down Lorvo. A quick punish for 47's over positioning. Now they have to step further back, but stop Rio. They know that they have to go in. This is their moment to shine. They try to punish on the revive happening behind them. I don't think they can do it fast enough, though. He had fancy footwork, not enough, but it is enough. They find the revive there. No quite grabs the other. Rio slide from Nuclear cross map destruction, and 47 machines take the fight win.
Oh, I mean, absolute insane turn of events coming through right there. But, you know, that is no surprise, really. It is Murmur. We see a lot of this insanity happening time and time again.
Look at Snakes on the kill feed. Snakes,
Wow.
DK, they're taking the snipes. You just saw Law drop. You saw Symbol drop. No quite the only one. There is 6 teams contesting this one building on La Bendita. I said that teams love their compounds, DK. I did not mean it like this.
Oh, well, I mean, this is so beautiful to see the teams just getting into some very sweaty engagements. Of course, it is going to be the players there from 47 machines now having to make their way on back. Meanwhile, Nuclear coming into contention up in towards the north. Not really looking like too much of an opposed pathway into the zone. We do, however, see the players there from Rilla Insider just up ahead of them. But Rilla going potentially toe-to-toe with RTG we just have on that opposite end. So some very difficult positions here for the teams to try and play. And looking at this terrain, we're going to be seeing a lot of casualties come through now.
Look, if I was Nuclear, I would be feeling a little bit cursed right now. This is Lambadida, home of destruction. Is here also, of course, you see inside is also Snakes are looking over Nuclear's position. I think finally we can say that the position has been stalled off. You can see why so this position has been so fought for is because it's the entrance into this next phase of the zone. We get to see that Snakes also controlling really the center of this zone in their own little bit of a shack here, their own fort holes. So it is, can they be stopped in the center of this zone? I doubt it, because the rest of this northern side, it's going to be very tricky for teams to oppress Snakes. It's more about the south side that these teams are looking for. And I really think teams like Forush and also Rage can punish Snakes really the most from this high ground vantage point that they have, and also punish not only Snakes, of course, but those teams even further south who are also coming in from the lower ground of that south hill.
I mean, I would not underestimate the position of Snakes at this point, right? Yesterday, they brought in 15 eliminations on Murmur. So when it comes to Murmur, they are quite aggressive, right? But now, holding on to center zone, it is a little bit of a tough spot to defend. Fortunately, it does seem like they do have some good coverage there, some hard cover to try and potentially utilize to just stay hidden for as long as they possibly can while they wait for these opportunities to be presented. But now, speaking about opportunities, right, the teams are running out of options as we are coming to the end of this fourth phase. The fifth phase about to pop on through, and it is going to be Merwin now just trying to evade the damage, finding its way on through. Sakari now turning their attention on towards the players there from Rilla Insider, who are looking to get a secured position locked in, rotating in from that northern side.
And inside of it, not able to find that crucial knock onto Nuclear. I think had Nuclear been knocked there, it would have been disaster for them. Merwin and Sakari really the only one here left. And Sakari is trying to look for that extra flank down. Insider will finally move. It's got more to the western side, but Snakes are still there to stop Insider coming in.
Oh, absolute zone blast coming in there for them. Now, Rilla looking to try and kind of piece that path together. while looking for a decent rotational angle to come in from. And as we look in towards the zone, right, RTG now trying to step up to the door there of the players from Snake. So they're going to have a little bit to try and deal with. So you can see Matrix also gaining a little bit of a vantage point onto the players there from Nuclear, but both these teams are yet to rotate towards that zone. And now we do see the space really starting to run out. And this is going to be such a challenging position to get a secured angle, because it is a very exposed region the teams now have to play in.
Yeah, exactly. When you look towards that more western side, right, it's all about, I think, Rebels Rage as well. I think I would like to see them move a little bit further up towards more that eastern side or to their current position. They can utilize that hill a bit more, and I would like and spread further for a bit more control of this zone as well. They have been blessed with it. Now what can they do with that? Because they cannot let these other teams move in uncontested. And as RTG begin that push, you are looking then, instead of Rebels, maybe teams like Snakes here in the midst of it all to fend off their own position. Now you see 4 Rush also falling down. Rebels Rage finally opening their fire that we want them to be able to do. But can they punish Glitch? They're all together. They maybe find one. They can't find any, though. In Rebels Rage, they may have missed out on this opportunity as all of the Glitch members get behind cover.
I mean, but still a phenomenal position coming through here from Rebels Rage, right? They do have a beautiful high ground vantage point here to utilize some great coverage to fire from. And all they got to do now is just try and pick up any of these potential angles that they can spot up ahead. But it is going to be a little bit of a risky play, because as we know, the more noise these teams make, the higher the chances are that other teams are going to be turning their attention straight towards them. But look at this Eagle now just trying to hammer down as the players there from 4Rush also start making that dash back into the safety of the zone. Lag also there to welcome them on in, but it is going to be an absolute devastating rush now as they are facing quite a bit of a challenge. Eagle still trying to pick up those hits, but as we can see, those knocks just starting to roll on through.
An Eagle who is not finding all of maybe the shots that they need to find for Rush. They're being punished by these other squads, however. Thankfully, Lag are able to find one in 4Rush. Too late to the party, find themselves down members, but not as much as RTG Esports, who will fall down shortly, swiftly after. Also, Team Lag is there. Also, Insiders step further forward, but Snakes just strikes them down. Duo, he's on a one-man mission, finds the third, steps further down. Zeke is trying to punish through, so is from the across map of Glitch, but not enough to take Duo down. Heals back up, revives himself down underneath the rock, gets the vehicle also in play, dodges out a nade, crucially by Zeke too. And Duo is there, Duo is still alive, but Snakes, where's support here to finish off the final man of Insider?
Oh, but looking at where that zone had now shifted, Wolf, there's going to be a lot of gunning and running needing to come through from these teams. I mean, the Rebels Rage having a phenomenal setup, still utilizing their position they have, and now the zone moving quite favorably towards them. But this is where Snakes now have to try and find their approach, right? Trying to kind of get that away to get themselves repositioned, but still being in a position where they can actually utilize their angles. As we do see Eagle there now starting to reach across with that Rilla Insiders, make their way on back. It is Glitch now still trying to hold up this eastern front. So you can see, we got one of the players there from 4Rush, SM now, just quickly abandoning the vehicle, being able to get themselves onto that very edge of zone. But look at this now, Escanor having a beautiful vantage point right there on towards the Blood Brothers.
But still, Rebels Rage, you can see who has the best position in this game, DK. The zone is still blessed beside them, and you can see exactly how much power they have over these other teams. Blood Brothers, they laid out the smoke path, but they can't get into it because Eagle is once again there to stop the assault of incoming teams. A third nade stops them moving further forward. Yes, it doesn't hit anyone, but it's hitting inside the smoke, which is stopping 8R and Blood Brothers from having that confidence to move in onto the rest of Rebels Rage up above. As Rashid also holding down the rest here of Snakes, who are on the edge of the zone, but they aren't quite inside. They need one final push, DK, to get back in.
Oh, great utilization coming in there from Rebels. But now as we look on towards 4Rush, SM really in a bit of a predicament here as we see the Snakes now starting to make their way a little bit further forward. That blue zone, of course, closing on in. Blood Brothers also looking to advance themselves a little bit closer towards the players there from Rebels. But look at this. Oh, the vehicle explosion taking down 4Rush. And with that, we go down to 3 teams, but Star also now getting blown to smithereens as the nades continue to get sent on in. It is up to Devil and Nagato now to keep it all together for the Blood Brothers. But up comes the exchange. It is going to be the players here from Rebels now on the aggression. And with that, Devil falls down and Blood Brothers get sent back to the lobby.
But Snakes, they've got their opportunity. Rebels Rage have been silenced down one member, and this is where Snakes come in. But it's crucial that Quality lands that beautiful gold class stamper and knock onto Snakes. The second out onto Pre-Fire. Now also Snakes down 2. The reset for both of these teams, but back up to the full 4 members of Rebels Rage. They're in form. They found exactly the winning format for them. They send the nades out. They're trying to punish down the rest of Snakes. Snakes still holding though behind the back of the vehicles. Alpha takes down the buggy of his own, tries to reposition, but Alpha's down as well, and it's a disaster for Snakes. They're down only to Leader once again, who fool sends it in, tried to find maybe one elimination point, bait out the shots of Rashid. Players only got it, then will dissipate. He finds Rashid though, gets one, but it's still 3 more to go. He's trying to find the elimination points. He gets down Caster. He goes back down behind the tractor. He has only 2 more to go, but he's got no time to heal. Now comes up the next, to drop shots enough from Rebels to finally take down Snakes.
Absolutely beautiful jump shot to wrap up that match. And I mean, the timing of that was just phenomenal. Such a great performance coming in from both Rebels Rage and Snakes, just holding strong all the way to the end and finishing up into that zone with really dominating numbers. Both teams rocking up with a full squad, so very satisfying performance once again.
Look, Snakes, they had such a great performance as well, but Rebels Rage, they seem, as we say, to have that winning format down. They seem to get these positions where it suits them. They have been the high ground. They play it patiently towards the edge of the zone, like I want to see these teams do. And then later they utilize the center of the zone in all the carnage that you said of these other teams on against them and be able to capitalize on those weakened players.
I mean, such a beautiful play, but it was a very tough position to get locked in, right? We had a lot of fighting coming in on the compounds, especially over on towards that eastern side, as we saw so many engagements coming from that point. And I was actually quite surprised to see Snakes actually making the rotations that they were bringing on through. But I mean, looking at what Rebels did, right? They moved into that compound and they were just fortunate enough to be zone blessed, especially in these last few phases. And it just came down to defending that position.
Look, I think that also, when you look towards Rebels, they seem to be on another page, though, overall today. They seem like they've definitely found their form. That confidence is there on Rebels Rage. Can they keep that up for that third game? We do have to question that. I think also, to be fair, it was a valiant effort from other teams. 4Rush definitely was playing the right strategy not to open up fire, but unfortunately didn't pop those buggy tires. And I think, unfortunately, as a result of that, did find themselves getting caught. You saw a little head pop out forward side of Snakes underneath that buggy, and 4Rush do lose out to, and as we say, that third position overall, but it's still very, very important for them, who are struggling in the standings to get those 10 placement points.
Yeah, as we know, any points the team is able to garner coming through these matches will be absolutely beneficial for them, obviously, right? But I mean, I'm not surprised really to see that kind of play come through on towards 4Rush. We know SM was the last Ranger, the last survivor, and that rush coming in from Snakes, I mean, I really didn't see that panning out differently. So, I mean, the Snakes were just overpowering, just coming in and just bringing in some domination to try and secure even more points. And as we know, they were successful in getting that elimination traded in.
Yeah, I think certainly they could have looked for those elimination points. They were trying to go for that 1v4 play. Yes, it looks flashy on camera, but at the end of the day, you know you're going to at least just try get those knocks confirmed into points for your team. Maybe they could have done so at least with 1, maybe not 2, of course, but that maybe is 1 point down under the future. Maybe may come to haunt Snakes there, but they shouldn't. With that place finish where they don't have to worry too much about those lower teams. I am also looking though at teams like Nuclear, however, and teams like also YT that yes had an okay performance that game. I think Nuclear more so than YT, who are in that 3rd and 4th position, but it's definitely a lot more scary as all of those other teams are certainly coming up to fight, particularly of course Rebels Rage.
Yeah, I mean, the teams are definitely lasting much longer this time around, right? So it's great to see that perseverance coming through from the teams, really trying to evade getting spotted as long as they possibly can. So there is some merit in that, but I mean, that last zone, that last shift, it was just absolutely brutal, and unfortunately, it comes down to a bit of a numbers game, right? If you have the controlling numbers coming through, it's much easier to utilize that and leverage it in your favor. We have seen it swing the complete opposite way, right? With the solo just popping up and just letting rip, but we are yet to see that happen here.
Look, we're still to find a 1v4, but the action has still been very intense. DK, honestly, looking now into a wrangle, I think it's anyone's game. I think now Rebels really upsetting the standings. I also think that there's these other teams, also like Lag, who could still come in off of what we know they can do in at least one game of play. Do they have that same expectation? Do we have that same result? Now, coming into the 3rd game of a wrangle, it's all to play for I think these teams.
Yeah, I mean, there's still a lot out on the table, and there's a lot of changes that we can still see come through. I mean, looking at the point system we had coming into this match, right, it was still very much neck and neck, especially from 2nd position down to, let's say, around about that 4th, 5th place. So we could be still seeing a lot of changing coming through on that front, but also then for the teams that were situated lower down on that 2nd page, right? This is the opportunity to try and a little stronger finish, right? Because as we know, aside from the seeding slots that we've got, there is also the prize money, and the higher you finish, the more you walk away at the end of the day. So you are able to, you know, just build up that bank a little bit more.
Look, we are ready for the break before game number 3, DK, so we're going to be back with you in just a little bit of a break with all the standings and the results.
Can't do that. Where your crew at? Y'all can't do that. Nah. Where your crew at? Love, man. Cause now you alone. Yeah. Get out of my zone, man. Cause now you alone. Love, get out of my zone. Nah, cause they don't want
shine with the glow. This is my time with it though. This is my time to be way at the top. Me and my guys gon' pay out the block. I don't look like boss. Time's right, and I know the sea is walking in a limelight. Promise you gon' wanna watch like a sci-fi. My guys are high risers, high tide. My crown if you come to my side. I pledge allegiance for lifetime. My squad connected like Wi-Fi. We grind and you see the highlights. This my life. It ain't a game now. Me and you, we ain't the same now. Lions coming out to play now. Opposition out the way now. Out of the way. You wasn't invited. Say you come to play. I dare you to try it. You don't wanna try me. Then step up to my team. Yeah, out of the way. Yeah, yeah. Out of the way. Yeah, yeah. Out of the way.
Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Monster Energy, and DHL.
Welcome back, everyone, as it was a hailstorm of a second match around the Lambida compound here, DK. What a firefight it was.
Oh, yes. It was hot. It was heated. It was sweaty. And, of course, it was
sweaty.
glorious, right? The teams really bringing through the chaos there with a beautiful shot, as we can see there, from pre-fire to put an end to the players there from 4 rush. But now, I mean, this was such a crazy play coming into the very, very final. As we know, right, there was one victor to walk away with an absolute glorious finish here. But looking at this rush on towards Leader, I'm not really surprised to see it turning out the way it did, right? Leader being super low in that health bar and unfortunately just getting outgunned.
Look, he tried his best. He took out half the Rebels Rage team. There is still 50% more of them to go, and they demolished the rest of Snakes, and they cut them down. I think the Snakes definitely have had a great game, but Rebels Rage, you have to admit, now the second game that they performed so eloquently. They've had a second, they've had a first place now finish. What can they not do today? But back on our angle next, but it's all up to them. If you also want though to be just as good as Rebels Rage, you can get your hands on that beautiful phone down below with upgraded performance and upgraded fun. Celebrate your winning spirit with the brand new Oppo Reno 7 Pro 5G, the designated smartphones for PUBG Mobile Middle East and Africa Esports 2022. DK, it's all about the phone diff. That's what they're doing. They've obviously clearly got the Oppo Reno series on their hands.
Who knows, right? It could be anything at this point. But yes, some really satisfying performances coming through. And I mean, if we look back to yesterday's match that we had over on Miramar as well, right? The players there from Rebels Rage, actually, they took 11th place with only 1 elimination. So this time around, a much greater improvement coming there from them. So great to see such a great jump from the teams across the board.
Yeah, and if you did check out that damage chart as well to see just how much damage they really did do here, DK. Rebels Rage almost at that 2,000 mark. Snakes also another big damage performance for them, 1,600 to show as well. But 11 eliminations, one higher than Rebels Rage by the end of that match. So still taking the most elimination potential away from that Miramar game overall.
Well, I mean, so great to see the teams coming in with a really top-heavy performance here. And I mean, it was about time for Rebels Rage now just to piece it all together like we've been doing today. But also, you got to look on that second page, right? The players there from AKM Esports also coming in with an absolutely phenomenal performance. 7 eliminations, also an insane amount of damage, right? 1,508. That is pretty crazy. Could have been 15 eliminations had they, been able to have a successful run, at least with regards to those engagements. But of course, also 47 machines coming in with some strong numbers there as well. So now all we got to see is the damage now being converted into more eliminations.
Right, as we check out though how that did fare, the total points for that match, it was Rebels Rage with those 25 points overall. Snakes also coming up second, however, with those 23 total points. And I think for really actually Blood Brothers, a really phenomenal game actually to get themselves up into that top mark. Yes, he didn't get the overall positions as much maybe as Snakes or Rebels Rage, but it's the best performance that they've had so far in this competition.
Yeah, definitely has been a beautiful run coming in there from them. But of course, you know, we got to see what the situation is elsewhere, as the teams have performed phenomenally here, as we can see some pretty heavy hitters coming in. But moving on to the second page, again, Nuclear Miracle as well as Team Lag coming in with a decent amount of points there, but it is looking a little bit more grim as we look further down. I mean, Cloud9 this time around getting eliminated with nothing to their name, and the same can be said there for Club African. So not exactly the kind of run that you want to have, but as we know, there's not much that you know, one can do about that. That is unfortunately just how these battle royales work out, but they have still 3 more opportunities to try and improve on that.
Yeah, unfortunately, Cloud9 getting taken out, 16th position in that Miramar game. We didn't even get to see it. They just dropped so fast, DK, and it was so disastrous for them now because they've had that bad game, but their Snakes had that amazing game. Rebels Rage also had that good game, so they are both catching up in terms of that top 3. I don't think Cloud9 need to worry as much. They had such a lead before over these teams by 40 points, but it is going to be shrinked a lot more compared to what it was pre-Miramar game, so they do have to, boys, we do check VP of that match, though it should be Rebels Rage. No surprise is there. Also Rashidisu will take those 4 eliminations total. That's 700 damage almost done.
Well, that is still some pretty impressive numbers to see come through there at the hand of Rebels Rage, and what a great way we've been seeing them perform so far, right? Now, all they got to do is just build up. You know, they've been able to garner some great momentum, so I really want to see them now utilize that moving into this third match. And of course, speaking about utilization, we know the teams have been utilizing the living heck out of the point structure, and with that, the Snakes have actually been able to move up in pole position.
And Snakes, yes, no surprises. I think it's Cloud9, that disappointing game, lose that pole position indeed. 108 total points and 56 eliminations by far. Now, the highest kill or elimination potential team here is Rebels Rage, though, moving to that 3rd position. Now in the qualifying space and knocking out Nuclear, or to the bottom of that leaderboard is there. We also see Rilla, Club African still ready to get off the bottom of that mark. I think Blood Brothers also, though, that good game, at least bringing them to the top of that second page, now vying for that space in that worth, that right to get onto the left-hand side of the leaderboard.
Yeah, and I mean, also having a look at that second page, right? We do see RTG positioned there as well, sitting on 32 points, which is not what we were expecting to see from them coming into the finals. But, you know, it's just the way the cookie crumbles. And, of course, we are getting ready for a little bit more action this time around. So curious to see what the teams are going to be bringing out onto our second Erangel of the day.
Look, second Erangel of the day, I think that we've seen a lot of different styles of Erangel overall. We are going to take a look and see, are we going to have a crazy game? Are we going to have a game where it is all about rushing towards the South Island? Or do we have, again, another controlled match where it has been the most part these teams laying down themselves to the western side of Erangel, heading slowly in towards the center? I think also a lot of priority has been put, DK, on the center of these zones too. Is that something that you would argue yourself is beneficial to these teams, or is it hindering them?
I mean, it's a difficult call to be making, right? I mean, if you move into center zone, you need to be in a position and comfortable enough with your position where you know that you can defend it come hell or high water, right? That is the kind of setup that you want to take moving into center zone, because it can become really tight. Right, especially if there's a lot of teams situated around you, focusing their efforts inwards. Whereas we look to that edge position play that we have seen come from these teams, that does seem to be a little bit more favorable, at least at this point.
So far, this zone, another westernly playing path, so it does favor a lot of these teams. It's going to be a lot of comfort for all of these squads coming into the western side. I not gonna lie, I would not be biased against an eastern playing path. One of these teams can also do in terms of their secondary drop spots. I think that we have seen a very linear way of playing for a few of these teams in the beginning of these Erangel matches, but albeit I think there has still been that excitement of still teams finding each other later towards that second phase, and as they do continue to move further forward into the zones, it definitely makes a lot more enjoyable experience of for someone like you, DK, I would argue, who is much more of a devilish personality and wants to see all of these teams just squish themselves in the center of that Erangel map and just fight it out.
Yeah, I mean, what's wrong with a little bit of squishing, right? I mean, that's what marshmallows were made for, right? But of
True.
course, a very complementary zone coming in alongside that flight path. So I do think it is going to be an interesting shift this time around to see what the teams are going to be looking to do, right? Of course, the players here from Club African all the way in towards the Georgia Bull crates. So they can go about their business, get some good loot going here, but they need to be cautious because as we can see, we've got Cloud9 situated up in towards North George, and of course the players from Snakes just situated in towards South George. So there is a little bit of a tension that could be coming through on this side as well. But also curious to see what's going to be happening with regards to that Sosnovka Island, as we got 3 teams again sharing that drop.
Look. Okay, DK, you can't just mention the marshmallows. You can't just leave me without the hot chocolate, though. Like, the marshmallows in a beautiful, eloquently, silky smooth hot chocolate that is just the right blend of I want it now. I just, you know that feeling when you just mention the marshmallows? That's just exactly what you need with them. I mean, is that what marshmallows were made for?
Who knows, right? It could be just about anything, right? I mean, come up with some creative way that you could utilize marshmallows to their full
A
potential.
hot dog,
and
you know.
well, that a hot dog, yes, a hot dog filled with marshmallows. That's a bit dessertish.
Well, I mean, you, as you do in South Africa yourself, at least you like to have them with peanut butter and also cheese on your hot dogs. So I don't know about DK marshmallows. Could we add that to your hot dog?
I mean, that's not South Africa. That's just me, right?
Oh, okay.
I mean,
That's
I don't
just a
speak for
DK
my entire
region.
country. Yeah, that's just a DK thing. You know, a little bit of peanut butter and cheese. It's
On a hot
amazing.
dog.
Well, at least in my opinion. Yeah. Not like just on a hot dog bun, right? There's no meat in it.
Let us know in chat if the hot dog with cheese and peanut butter is delicious or it's just a big yikes. I mean, personally, I am not convinced, DK. Maybe in the future, when we get to see ourselves in person, you can convince me that the hot dog, peanut butter, and cheese all together is is a delicacy to be said.
I'll show you. Just you wait. Just you wait. I mean, it's a hot dog bun, right? So that's it. But anyway, speaking about buns, right? There's a few things that could be forming as we approach the oven. We can see the players there from Nuclear as well as RTG up in towards Rozok and School. We got the players there from 47 coming into a little bit of a fight down on towards that Sosnovka Island, going toe-to-toe with Rebels Rage. But it is going to be a little bit of a risky play. This time around, we don't see as many teams situated smack dab center zone. We do have Glitch occupying a more centered position, but they are still looking to get themselves in a little bit more of a favorable setup, right? As we do see them starting to consider a little bit more of a northern positioning towards Chopsticks.
But also all of these teams, I think, also towards the bottom of the region of Erangel here, 47 machines. Also, Rebels Rage have decided, I think, to take a more careful approach. You actually have saw them for the first time drop towards this South Island. They usually, for Rebels, they drop around more of that very pier side. They like to take more of that more center point on Erangel. I think because Rebels, they've noticed that they've had these 2 good games that teams may look to try punish them here. That of Nuclear, particularly that of YT Gaming. So they've actually changed up their drop spot to, I believe, probably will be their secondary location, just on the western edge of this Sosnovka Island. They will then be able to come back towards the comfort of where they know in terms of this very pier in that westerly bridge section. So they are actually changing their ideas up, which I'd like, to avoid potential hot drops coming into these final games, but also actually back into the comfort of the ocean and not straying too far away from the comfort that they're with.
Yeah, well, I'm pretty sure that's kind of how comfort works, right? You want to go to where you're comfortable, you know, to make sure that it's part of your comfort zone. But we do see a few rotations now starting to make their way on through. Speaking about comfort, I mean, Blood Brothers, they look comfortable as heck right here. Just holding on to that water town, but now it is going to be the players here from Rilla Insider, situated a little bit further down south, now looking to get a bit of a reach on towards Rebels Rage if the opportunity allows itself, but it does seem like they are not going to be able to really push on that, at least from their current positioning, right? Of course, a quick reposition could continue that fight even further.
Insiders as well to now solidify themselves closer in towards the center of that zone 2. I'm really looking towards as these teams do begin to slowly make their way to this western side. Of course, the zone shift has ended up towards this more west side too. Is that these Gatka fields going to be hotly contested? I think they glitch a lot of onus on them who have them, I would argue, the most knowledge out of all of these teams of Gatka, because it should be them, being that it is a comfortable location that they begin with. I think that the Insider too do have a lot of pressure on them being, again, the center of this zone. It's these teams that are further outside that I'm also interested in, DK. Like being, I really think, Snakes. Also, when you're really looking towards these teams being comfortable coming in, C9 again going to be taking that slow approach alongside Ju2 from that northern side really can upset a lot of the balance of these teams as they begin to crunch themselves into the center of that zone, as we are familiar with.
I mean, crunching, pick a word, right? That's probably what we're going to be seeing happening here. But a very more calculated approach, right? Coming through from Snakes and Cloud9 as they are still held up in towards their respective positions in North and South George. The rest of the lobby looking a lot more active, really starting to get themselves crammed into that more gut chopsticks kind of setup. And we do see the players there from 4Rush. We have Glitch in the region. We also then have the players from the side of Relay Insider, also on that southern approach. And then, of course, Nuclear, situated right there on the very edge of Everest. So it is going to be a little bit of a hot and heated position to try and defend, especially looking at the region. And now also take into consideration that the zone has just centered up on that even more so.
And especially with that zone having moved now towards really that southern side of the zone, you are looking again Gatka being quite a formidable force, but I actually really admire just towards the west of these quarry sides. And I think actually for YT, a team like them who has been struggling have a great position. You just move from that quarry side and you move up towards then those hills to the west of quarry, and not only do you have the high ground, but again you're looking towards all of those oases that is around you further ahead of the zone. So not only can you then establish a position and information for moving forward, but then you could also begin to pick off teams, pick off members who are maybe also trying to establish themselves earlier in on these Gatka fields too.
Yeah, I mean, that could be a good approach to be taking, but we'll have to wait and see what exactly these teams have planned for us, right? Because for the time being,
he's going to get out the door eventually.
We did see a few teams starting to mobilize themselves with the Kahlua, frantically trying to get up on that roof, but it does not seem like that is going to be on the books, at least for them. Meanwhile, it is going to be Diego now just to perch onto the edge there of the hillside, looking down onto the players there from 4Rush. So they do get spotted, and now to make a quick little bit of a reposition here. I mean, the element of surprise kind of being busted right there.
Like, YT, they've got that position as I talked about. I think it's an amazing position for YT to hold. Now we just have to make sure we can hold it. I think they shouldn't be contested in this location. It's more about how do they look towards that future position of the zone. Phase 2 should still fairly be quiet. I think that Ju, Bloodborne still, and again, our team skirmishing into the center of the zone could find themselves in these fights. I think that Ju, this fight is a bit risky, personally. I think that you are still in the center of Gatka. You are still at risk of teams jumping on top of you. So I like that Ju are trying to dance around this, try to draw Blood Brothers in themselves, and try to also use the inside of the house. Fortunately, though, I don't think they've run out of time here as Ju. Shikosi will be found in Blood Brothers. They thought they were trying here, Ju, to drag them around a fight, but Bloodborne is just completely soloed out one member, and now that they take down one, they already took down a second. 1-for-1 trade, but Willow's naded in by the second member of Blood Brothers, and now it's all up to Suna here, and now all but Senna is going to have to drive in. Unfortunately, that buggy, but they are making so much noise here. Rebel should be able to catch up on this one, and for Sina, maybe not so long a world is waiting for Cena.
Well, I was actually wondering whether or not Cena's name is John, right? Because that would make
Ooh, John Cena.
But either way, right, it is going to be Cena now looking to get a bit of a position here, but those nades just getting deployed, sending in one after the other. Up comes a quick rush into the window, and with that, it is going to be the end of Cena. I almost said John Cena, but beautiful play coming in as the players here from Rebels Rage, right, they are now just looking to absolutely snowball their way through this match.
I think for Rebels Rage, that was a very comfortable kill. Elimination really coming in through was not much of work to be done. It was off the end of Bloodbrother's fighting. You don't really bring in the buggy. I think it was very ambitious that Cena could just buggy up onto the bridge and no one would notice being inside that compound. No one was going to be there. So a bit of disrespect. And I think from Jew, they could have definitely kept themselves alive longer had they just walked and been a little bit more stealthy.
Yeah, I mean, you know, that's why I walk across the map.
That is why you walk. That's why you told me. Yeah. And now I understand.
Big brain strats. Big brain strats coming through. And of course, speaking about those big brain strats, we do see the players here from Nuclear now just staying out of the pressure cooker, holding on to this northern position, and a very good spot actually for them to be holding. Looking at the angles, we see the rest of the teams in, right? We have a little bit of that pressure now starting to build up in towards Gatka, as the players there from Glitch are trying to also make a bit of a play coming through. As we can see Tornado quickly repositioning Cloud9 also right there up alongside them, with the addition of RTG and several other teams, including Blood Brothers, being right here in the vicinity. So this is going to be a really interesting position for these teams to now try and play from.
Yeah, it's a really difficult third phase here, but it has shifted towards more of that westerly side. I think that you definitely got more strength for these teams coming from the north. They can play off the elevated ground coming down. I think also with the compounds that lay around that northern road lines also definitely do complement those squads that we mentioned, like C9 coming down from the north side too. There is a strong fortification here from YT still holding this position around Quarry, and because it has shifted towards the western, they really have to move, which is the problem they would have had in the future. Now all they have to do is hold their own position, but can they do that in a world where YT has been struggling also in these previous games? And 47 machines, yes, they lose Carlos, they should find this revive though very easily. And 47 machines as a whole, I think, has been looking a lot more confident of a team than YT has, but at least in the rest of today.
Yeah, I mean, it has been seeming to be a little bit more of a confident play coming through there from 47, right? But looking at the positioning, we see the players here in YTN. This could actually be working out for them, right? Because they got two players just up ahead, as we can see Diego and Mester. But then we have the addition of Rick and Manfilla coming in with those off-angle approaches. So if anything was to happen here with regards to Diego and Mester, we could see a little bit of that reinforcement potentially getting swung in their direction. So I do think that's a good approach coming through from them. But now we also step right over in towards Rebels, and the players here from Blood Brothers looking to fight it out in chopsticks, and Quality sending out a few of those mollies, with the players there from Blood Brothers getting dug into the trenches. And this is sometimes a difficult position to play because you don't really have clear and, you know, decisive information as to where your opponent is.
But I really appreciate the position of Quality, actually. Even just firing a nade or letting your presence be known that you are inside the gutter is so crucial that Rebels Rage don't lose their position on that gutter itself, and it stops Blood Brothers from moving further in. As a result, Devil does have to move away. Now, the only problem is for Quality is that Rebels Rage, they have a secondary fight on the backside that RTG are also jumping into. Now, Rashid has already been dropped down almost, does get a refight back off, but they're down to 3 members. So for RTG, who have been poking this out, I think had they been a little bit more aggressive onto the side of Rebels Rage, maybe there's a world where RTG can apply enough pressure with the help of Blood Brothers there to stop and punish Rebels very early on.
Well, we'll have to wait and see how that unfolds, right? But it is now going to be a mad dash for the teams to get themselves resituated, as that zone has taken a bit of a shift, heading up further towards the north. And now we see a beautiful convergence of teams coming in on the southern edge of the zone. Here we go, Lag now just trying to hammer away. So we see Zero picking up a few opportune angles there, but it is going to be a little bit of a detrimental play to try and make here. We of course see Cacao there as well, so we know that Cacao is capable of some insane plays. We saw that happen yesterday, but with that, look at the reach though RTG getting traded off as Cloud9 reaches across. And now it is also going to be the players from Snakes looking to set up a bit of a gatekeep on this western line.
Snakes as well, stepping up on that west dude right on the edge of the zone, trying to stop the rest of 4Rush, but it's too much for 4Rush with Numb rushing them down. And inside the observatory, it's the only member of Clever outside in the rocks to survive. They have a position just outside of his zone. They should be able to keep themselves up. This smoke, I hope they don't throw it. The smoke would reveal their position, whereas Snakes, I don't believe, have them. And that slight little elevation on the edge of the rocks on that ridge does protect them from those down further on the ground. So had they thrown that smoke, they would have only revealed their position, and Snakes definitely would have realized if someone was there.
Yeah, I mean, there is a time and place for all forms of utility, right? And a lot of times, especially moving into these later few phases, popping a smoke, as you said, rightly so, it does disclose your position. But I mean, if they are used tactfully, they can actually be used in to your advantage. And now, speaking about advantages, it is going to be the players here from AKM trying to leverage their positioning alongside these ridges and looking to make a bit of a play here on towards the players there from 47. But again, now it is going to be 4Rush coming under fire as we do see the players there from Snakes picking up that trade, sending them away. And we are now down to only 13 remaining teams.
Fortunately, 4Rush were found by Snakes, so Snakes do clean up the extra solo kill. But for here, 47 machines, they're also looking for their own eliminations. It is all AKM, though, controlling this high ground hill. They can't really move down. They are very locked into this fight. You have the rest of the Numb players below, which doesn't allow them to stop and drive back down. They don't have enough vehicles to split up and drag the members around. It's here also Snakes also hang around a mountainside, but it cannot stop the push from Rebels, who are finding at least one knock. Can they find a second? Alpha's running for the hills too. They try to look for the snipe back down onto Rashid. They know their number, but can they get the angle? Rashid not moving just yet. A beautiful smoke as well to preemptively understand that they could be sniped down. Looked upon is even here. Club African, that third party. Are they also going to step up with the aggression? No, they will not. They will try to wrap around the side. Finally try to put a bit more third party pressure on top of the rest of Rebels Rage. But instead, Club African just caught out too slow to the uptake in Dark. Now Sonaro should be the next to fall.
Yeah, indeed, really trying to hammer that blow home, trying to come through with that Mini 14. Meanwhile, we still have a little bit of an engagement now between 47 and the players here from AKM. As we can see, Rio is down for the count, but up comes the rush. 47 trying to push across the ridge. Up comes Law, finds the angle, picks up the force. Beautiful nade getting sent out, but now it is all down to Rio to try and keep it together. It is going to be, however, Carlos and Symbol just there on the opposing side. So a very tough position and tough play coming in between both 47 and the players of AKM.
Get the elections all onto Rebels Rage. So Rebels down early this game will upset the standings. They only just made it into third position. So they do have to hope that some of these other teams, like Young Thunder Gaming, don't have the great game or at least survive like they're doing right now. AKM still trying to find a revive. Still 47 machines, so DK trying to find those revives. But they are so split. The phase 5 zone coming in means they have to keep on in these uncomfortable spaces, but they are whittling down their member count very, very quickly.
Oh, I mean, it's pretty tough play, but it's great to see the players there instead now getting utilized as information gatherers, seeing that they know they can't get those reses pulled on through. It is going to be Master keeping a very watchful eye on the demise there of Devil, as we saw the players there from Blood Brothers coming under fire. It is now, however, Diego on the opposite end, looking to see if they can reach a little bit further down towards that southern side. The players there from Cloud9 trying to get a bit of an entry point. Meanwhile, Snake still holding up on the high ground alongside Numb. And it is quite a tough position here as Numb getting their players hit, but still being able to evade a majority of the chaos. But now it is going to be that final push, looking to see whether or not Snakes or Numb will be successful, at least on defending this western side.
Numb still have to hold, though, against the Snake crew. Snakes battered by their previous fight against the Rebels Rage, but they lose another for Numb. They also too, trying to third party, felt the pain of the previous fight, and now only Stacy and Nazi, they're here, then against two teams, but the zone has gone away from them. Phase 5, it goes down to Young Thunder. This could be their confident game that they need, DK, to get back onto the standings.
Yeah, it definitely could be exactly what they need, but it's going to take a lot of fighting here. As we can see, those mollies getting sent out the zone. Taking a bit of a shift down towards that southern side. Looking absolutely amazing now for the players there of Young Thunder. But of course, now the tension's starting to build as Snakes look for their entry point. They are looking to pick up a few of those trades along the way, but they need to be super careful as we got so many teams still holding in the vicinity. We can see Nuclear up towards the northern side there. Also, a little bit of a threat coming in on that southern edge as well with Cloud9. But look at this now. Duo still trying relentlessly just to hammer those blows home all the way through the smokes. But up comes a beautiful rush. Now looks to close it up, and it is going to be the end of the road for Numb.
And Duo, this Duo kill out the rest here of Numb, eliminated out, and 47 machines there to join them, but it's 13 eliminations total for Snakes, who are surfacing up even higher on this pole position. Nuclear coming back in, cancelling out Young Thunder Gaming, saying you will not steal our position, we will be back in third position, and Nuclear take the 3 eliminations.
Oh, but as we see, we still have Rick left for the side there, and it could be a little bit of a dangerous play now left there for Rick. AKM also now just laying it down with this. It is also going to be the players there from Cloud9 looking to reach across, finding some beautifully placed nades on towards Snake. And with that, we are down to our final 5 teams. We can see Stop there from AKM trying to inch their way back in towards that zone. Of course, bringing out that smoke pathway, trying to get some safety in there, but it is going to be a very tough play now between the players here from Snakes as they make their way back into the lobby. Cloud9 on an absolute rampage, sitting on 11 eliminations. Rick still trying to hold on for the team there, trying to get those placement points locked in. They've already been able to find 3 eliminations, but will they be able to walk away with the 12 or 10 placement points coming in for that second or third place?
Nuclear, though, they've got the compound under wraps for themselves. This entire southern part of the zone unplayable for these two. They are looking for the snakes in the grass, but they all have to move down to the south side, and they will have to become the snakes. Yes, the snakes team may be eliminated, but the spirit lives on. And as Cloud9, Heroes of Nuclear step back outside, hunting inside the other building. Rick, he cannot go any further, puts out an emergency nade, tries to stop the push down from Nuclear, but they are circling him down. They have found Rick, they find the angle, and YT Gaming down. 6 eliminations still for AKM. The only solo hero remaining is Nuclear. Continue to drive on through, but Cloud9, they've already set up the position while Nuclear took out one team. Cloud9 are here. Merwin goes straight past them all, but gets chopped to pieces. Merwin will be the sacrificial lamb for Nuclear, as they know exactly now where Cloud9 are, but they cannot get through because Cloud9 are chopping them apart. Can AKM finish off the last one? They're both down to slivers. AKM fall down, but there also so do Nuclear, in Cloud9 back with the second win.
Yeah, beautiful chicken coming in there for Cloud9, but I'm not quite sure what Nuclear was going for with that rush out into the open. I mean, they weren't really able to gather enough information to make a sensible push there. So, I mean, I do think had they taken a little bit of a different approach, things could have gone, you know, a different route possibly. But, you know, at the end of the day, Cloud9 sticking to their guns, playing their position, and with that, picking up a beautiful winner-winner chicken dinner.
Look, Cloud9, they're back on form from 16 to the chicken dinner. They have got the food back in their bellies, DK. I think that it was all about that control again. That's what it's all been about with these chicken dinners, is playing patiently, waiting for the mistakes of your other teams. And then once you've got the space, just allowing the teams to walk into you and then being able to decisively take them down under your own turf. Cloud9 doing an excellent job as well to eliminate Snakes, who were really the only threat there with their beautiful nade past all of the Snake smokes that they were trying to lay down.
I mean, it was absolutely insane to see how this last few zones unfolded. But I gotta say, I mean, AKM also holding up a pretty good play there. I mean, we did see Stop just sneaking their way up in towards that zone, putting quite a bit of a dent, right, into Nuclear there, as we did see, I believe that was Action coming through from Nuclear, getting caught on that opposite end. But unfortunately for them, it was a great position coming through then from Cloud9 just to step up and just put in the necessary hits to lock in. Really a great performance coming in once again.
Look, it was a great performance again, and if you thought that was as fantastic as it could have been, well, check out, of course, just even something as fantastic, our sponsor here, DK, the Snapdragon Elite Gaming, and spanning across these multiple regions, Snapdragon Pro Series is creating the world's largest and revolutionizing gaming mobile gaming and the mobile pro scene here is DK. We also at home want to hear your own thoughts. You, the fans, let us know who your team that you're rooting for. Are you still rooting for Cloud9 with that top win? Well, let us know with this hashtag Snapdragon Pro Gaming hashtag on Twitch and YouTube as well, and on all other social media platforms. And what other team, maybe do you think, DK, can also now potentially clash Cloud9 and Snakes here for that third spot?
Rebels Rage, right? They've really been lighting some fires along the way, so I would not be too surprised to see another strong performance coming in from Rebels Rage. And I mean, I'm hopeful for that, because if we look to the performances we had coming through on Sanhok yesterday as well, right? Rebels Rage, they were just engaging that beast mode when they stepped out onto Sanhok, so that could be a little bit of a turning point, and we could see a little bit of that upset rather, coming through on towards the overall standings.
Yeah, indeed, I think that certainly the upset is from Rebels Rage, but it's all about can now they keep online with Nuclear and YT. So we'll check out a quick break before we get back to the standings, reveal who is in that third.
Hello, my name is Praik Labar, and my name in game is Savage. We played in Africa region, and my team name is Esports. There is nothing specific for the name. I found it special for me, and I do it. Actually, it's good. I guess my team is performing very good for now, and we got top 3 in all qualifiers that we played. Yeah, we deserve it. Actually, we did a great thing in last qualifiers, and we got that 2 points. Yes, we are excited for the finals, and my expectations is we're gonna beat the top 1. Actually, in this Open Finals, I guess there is no strongest team. But in the future, I want to compete with the MENA teams in the MENA SC, MENA Africa. Yes, actually, we like Erangel, and our favorite spot is Pochinki, because we like to fight early, and you know it's in being in the center of the map, so it's easy to get it. Actually, is my old team. They're playing very good, and you know, like Stop is our flagger, and Yafuz is our IGL. Luca and Rio are playing supporter for the team, and me, actually, I play fragger. So I love my old team. Yeah, I will say then good luck. It's gonna be a hard fight. Yeah, I appreciate them for the support, and we'll try our best to win the fight. I will choose Yafuz, and why? Because he's the IGL and he's smart. He will get us out of there for sure.
The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Monster Energy, and DHL.
We're back here with a game 3 of what was the best Oppo moment. Also, thanks to our sponsor, of course, Snapdragon Pro Series, for bringing the African PMCO finals to our screens. DK, what a match, though, this was to watch. Nuclear stepping up enough to Cloud9, who took the chicken dinner, and it was a battle between all of these teams for that top 3 position.
I mean, it was pretty hot and spicy, right? That is why I like it when the zones head up in towards this region, especially on Murmur, Erangel, right? Murmur, I would be worried if there was a Pochinki and a Gatka coming in on that region. But who knows, right? Maybe there could be a few surprises, but definitely a very satisfying performance coming in here. The team's really stepping up to the challenge. And I mean, Cloud9 coming through with that consistency once again, just utilizing the ideal moments to strike on down, and with that having a beautiful run.
Well, we've got to check out around standings to see how that fared for all of those teams. And I think it's going to be very close indeed. Apart from Cloud9, who had 30 points, a massive game for them. The 15 eliminations to match their chicken dinners, 15 to Snakes there with 19 in second. Nuclear in that third position. I think Nuclear certainly should be the favorites. We expect to be back into that third position. Young Thunders, and also I believe their Rebels Rage. Slightly a not as great game for them. I think the Rebels Rage, a disappointing match as well, being stuck between the members of Snakes and Numb earlier.
Yeah, I mean, it is a little bit of an unfortunate play coming through, but you know, at the end of the day, all the teams can do is just bounce back from that. And again, as we now would take a look at the second page, it looks a little bit grim, right? We got 2 points on the top half there, and of course the 1 point coming in for Rilla Insider, Team Lag, for Rush, and then Dew going back empty-handed. So it has been a little bit of a tough run, but I was surprised to actually see that come from Dew. I mean, they had such a beautiful run just over on towards Miramar, so it was somewhat surprising to see, you know, the turn of events we had coming through on the secondary rank.
Yeah, Dew losing at consistency, I think didn't really have as great a game again. It was all really off of, I think, as we said, them having a bad fight versus others. Then they also made that mistake, right, of running into the vehicle versus Rebels Rage. But we got to check out also the damage from that third game. It will be a lot, I think, again, from Cloud9, as there is 1900 damage. But Snakes there doing slightly more with just less eliminations, though. So Cloud9, the most accurate of all of these teams.
Yeah, a really strong conversion rate coming through there in their favor, but some heavy hitting blows being dealt there by Snakes. Same can, of course, be said about Glitch as well as then the players from Whitey. In fact, almost all the teams, right, on this first part of the graph coming in with some really strong damage numbers. If we move on to that second part, it is, still a strong effort being put forth there by the players from Blood Brothers, but Lag hitting a lot of hits, but not being able to convert any of those into eliminations.
Yeah, Lag, I think, definitely really struggling here in the rest of today. They are one of these teams that hasn't been performing as well. There has to be always these teams that do fall down earlier on. I think it's just unfortunate that Lag are consistently near towards the bottom of that. But now, though, is only 2 games. There is one more Sandhawk game up next, DK, which could change a lot of the standings. We saw a very chaotic Sandhawk match yesterday, and I'm interested to see if we can see another one as we check out at least who the MVP was of that last game going into Sandhawk, and it was none other than Awari from Cloud9. 7 eliminations, proving that he still has what it takes to deal out the damage when it comes to those spikes and deep.
Yep. Very, very great conversion rate. Look at that. 735 to 7 eliminations. That means only 35 damage was not able to be converted into elimination. And that would make sense because I'd be a little bit worried, seeing that the health bar only goes up to 100.
We just take legs, right, of the enemy. Counted an extra point. Did check out those overall standings. See how far, of course, Cloud9 have to 2 DK with Million Chicken Dinner, 131 points. Said their second chicken dinner of the 2 Snakes. They're also close behind them. It is a big 50-ish point drop to that third position, where it's really a fight between Nuclear and Rebels Rage for that, or should I say, for that progression into the PMNC.
Yeah, I mean, 50 points sounds a bit much. 39 is, it's a little bit closer to the difference between second and third place. But I do think we're going to be seeing a lot of contention coming through for that third position, right? I do think Snakes and Cloud9, they're going to be vying between each other to see who will be the team to get either first or second. But as we look onto that third position, right, I do think Nuclear and Rebels are going to be fighting neck and neck to try and lock that position in, because they want to be the team that moves through in towards the next phase. But as we look on towards that second page, it is still pretty much close. I mean, aside from the gap in between the players there of Club African and, for instance, the players then coming through from 4 Rush, but still a very tough position to play, and it is going to take some beautiful games for the teams on the second page to get themselves elevated onto that first page.
Certainly, I think that for that first page, in that top 3 point specifically, now 2 games away, DK, it's not really going to be feasible for these teams to get to the top. You are really looking at how far can these teams get for the prize money, right? Because that prize money is still very much a factor for these teams in the bottom half of the table. And you are saying, well, can we more by getting those elimination points, by getting those placement points coming into especially a chaotic game in their favor like Sandhawk.
I mean, yeah, Sandhawk is going to be the opportunity for teams to step up and bring in a few of those eliminations. As we know, it allows for a lot more of that aggression to be utilized here. But we did see yesterday the players there from Rebels coming in with an absolutely phenomenal performance over on towards Sandhawk. So that option is there for the teams to step on through, right? It is going to take a little bit more work, however, for the players from Blood Brothers, even 47 Machines, as well as Numb and Do. All right, I do believe that they, and including RTG, still are in contention to make it onto that first page, right? But they're gonna have to play some beautiful games coming in, not only in Sandhawk, as well as, then also including our final Erangel of the day. So they have to show the focus there. They have to show the determination. We know the teams are eager to get there, but how much do they want it?
Yeah, it's about how much realistically do here Rebels Rage, how much do Nuclear, these two teams, want that third spot, because it is between these two teams. Yes, there are the likes of Young Thunder Gaming a little bit below, but they are going to need one of either Rebels or really Nuclear to fall down in one of these next two games to make their mark to that third position. They are about those 20 points behind, so if in a world where Nuclear or Rebels Rage do fall down, there has to be then Young Thunder stepping up in that same game.
Yeah, I mean, that's going to be the opportunity to do exactly that. And as we look at that point situation, it seems to be around about like 13 points difference. So that is, you know, not only one good match, but a strong finish from these teams can come through. If UIT steps up and they bring in a little bit of that dominating performance, it could see them being very well situated, you know, either in that third or fourth position, depending, of course, on what the other teams do around them. But the opportunity is there. The possibility is there. Now it comes down to whether or not they're going to look to grab it and make it a reality.
Yeah, indeed. And it's all about, can these teams now coming into Sanhok be able to make it through into those top spots, as we say. The stats for Rebels Rage, though, looking pretty strong so far. They at least have gotten better games than this. This was a stats and a wrangle, so only 2 eliminations. It was 100 damage done by them, so this is about their lowest stats that they had for quite a while, and it's not really the results that we maybe expect Rage today, but it is more about those results that we have seen previous Rage 2. We can't forget that we have had these bad games, DK, where we haven't had these 10, 11, 12 elimination matches. So there is this inconsistency, but still Rebels haven't clearly been able to sort. Yes, it was unfortunate that they caught in between these two fights, but they definitely could have done more to avoid the position that they got themselves into.
100% agree with you on that. So, you know, it does take a little bit of focus and determination, and that's what makes it so challenging, right? 5 matches in a day, it really is draining on a mental level. So the teams really have to try and perform at their best, at their prime, all the way through, and trying to maintain consistency. I mean, we've been talking about consistency, and I've probably said the word consistency consistently for the past few minutes or whatever the case is, but that is how essential it is, right? Particularly looking at the amount of information these teams are able to gather about their opposing teams.
Yeah, I think that definitely the consistency is key from these teams. But now I think these teams need to step it up more. It's about these teams wants it more. Or is the hunger there from those teams in the 6 positions there to be able to not only have these high placement point games, DK, but they need these high, risky, almost elimination games. They need now coming into Sanhok, which is going to be, I think, a decider for who can contend for that third position. By the end of this game, those points as much as possible.
Yeah, I 100% agree with you on that one. Of course, speaking about which, it is time for flight path action.
Indeed it is. Of course, keep in mind, guys, if you want to vote for your team, you can vote for them in the Twitch polls, as well as using the hashtags Snapdragon Pro Series to make sure your team is on the winning highs. We do check out a very central playing path down, though, DK. It's going to mean everywhere and everyone is available to go to exactly where they want to. But is it going to be another Paradise Resort fantasy finish like we saw yesterday?
I don't know, eh? Honestly, I don't really know. I wouldn't mind it, but looking at where the zone decided, I mean, it's gone down south, and we do have a little bit of an engagement coming through in towards Camp Charlie. So this is what we are accustomed to seeing when looking at a map like Sanhok.
Indeed, it is inside, now stepping further forward into the fight versus Club African. This is what we talked about, DK. This is a danger of some of these teams down on the standings who want just to now play for as high a point as they can, play more risky, play more hot and spicy. You as well versus Glitch. It's a fight all around the different sides of Sanhok. Big Glitch on down, due back one in return. RTG are even here third party. Is Glitch, they've already succumbed to death, but now it might be due next on the chopping block is RTG. They are here, already 2 eliminations for themselves, 2 more to go. They're running away for now. Low HP bars. They don't have the healing. Keep in mind, we're only about 2 minutes in. They haven't had the chance, DK, to get the med kits on board and the equipment on board.
I mean, it's looking pretty crazy, right? The teams are just going to absolute town on each other here. I mean, this is so great to see 2 teams already getting eliminated, and we are only 2 minutes into this match. But here we are, RTG having beautiful control of that Paradise position. It is still, however, down in Camp Charlie. And we see the players here from Rilla, Insider, and the squad there from Clan Africa. We're going to see if they can bring anything to the battlefield here. Beautiful trade off both sides. Coco, of course, getting knocked right on down. But now it is a little bit of a dance and see whether or not to get that footwork sorted out and maybe land a few devastating blows onto Club African.
Unfortunately here for Club African, it ain't looking too good for them. Insider seem to have their number. Yes, they've lost one. Yes, they've lost Coco. But Matrix is holding firm. Dark, now Sanat. Slowly waiting, but the footsteps are there. There comes down to Molly as well. They're being pushed further back. Matrix sliding them down into what could be the pincer of more of these Insider members to come. But it's a pincer of Club African that finds Matrix, and Trip now has to jump diving down into the fight because it's only Zeke left alone with all of the rest of the Club African members, and there's nowhere to run. Finally takes down one. Will look for the first down, but here comes the rest of Club African. Finds 2 though. Will though get caught. Trip. Zeke stays alive, and Zeke single-handedly saves that fight, no doubt, for Insiders.
Oh, man, DBS, that thing is an absolute beast, right? The only problem is, like we saw now, when you run out of ammo, it's a bit of a rip, but absolutely beautiful performance coming through here from Zeke and Trip. I mean, they were just doing absolutely phenomenal things. 4 eliminations, yes, they've lost 2 players, but it was a beautiful engagement coming through between them and the Club African.
Indeed, and Insiders, though, they have suffered heavy losses as they do take wins. Insiders, they are down to 2 members, so it's going to be difficult. They are, unfortunately, as you said, with a southern zone very far away here from getting into that first phase realistically. Yes, they will have a little bit of work to do. Here also, Snakes, potentially a knock here. It shouldn't succumb to much so for 47 machine. Much right, as they are very far away on these high ground hills.
Yeah, it is a little bit of a ranged play to come on through here. So, I mean, I'm liking the awareness coming through from Snakes as we do see them up on the high ground. It is a very centered up position. But like you've mentioned, we've got lag. And as we can also see, we've got 47 there. So they need to be, somewhat cautious. I don't think it's too much of a treacherous position to be in, but all they got to do is just, bring in that discipline and choose their engagements wisely, because this being Sanok, if you make too much noise, you are going to get a few of those unwanted visitors strolling on through as well.
Still, these teams beginning to slow position. And I think, as we saw yesterday, there shouldn't be all of that much. We've seen, I think, a lot of these big compounds where the fights could have happened. So due, of course, Glitch losing out, RTG winning their fight over in Paradise Resort. Now you've seen also those continuing fights happen down towards elsewhere. And I think now that you are looking at these teams beginning to look towards these positions coming into the rest of the game. Now, RTG have slightly moved out of Paradise Resort. They have actually found a rogue member of Nuclear, not the rest of the team though. So unfortunate as it is, they do lose Panda. At least they will have knowledge of where RTG are, and they will be able to avoid this now on their next rotation coming in future.
Yeah, 100% agree with you on that, and we can already see that rotation now heading a little bit further on towards the eastern side. But again, same to zone, we do have that convergence coming through. I mean, Young Thunder rolling up from the northern side, looking to apply a little bit of the pressure as they get themselves closer to that situation with the team there from 47 still just holding up north of Snakes. But outside of center zone, the teams are, you know, looking a lot more cool, calm, and collected. They don't seem to be in too much of a rush or too much of a hurry to get to get themselves set up in this phase. And I do think the teams are just sitting, waiting to see where this blue zone is going to be taking the next shift.
Yeah, it is a very quiet, slow game here for the center. I really very appreciate the position on these boot camp hills, and I think if it realistically, when you look towards 47 machines, their position here is still fairly sound, and I think that they should be able to slowly hold up for now and gather that information from those teams who are going to begin to make their approach out of the islands, and particularly on that south island. As much as teams will of the Southwest Island, they will only likely go as far as the L compound for now. So 47 machines, if we do see these moves more towards the main island of Sandhawk, these teams are going to move from the L compound and predictably then move in towards that boot camp hill for future information. Now, that's where 47 machines, DK, can utilize that information. You can look and actually see the compound from boot hill, and on top of that, you can even then continue to look down further, not only punishing them, and moving further forward into your own position from the previous information you gathered.
Yeah, I mean, definitely there is a lot of decisions and calls these teams need to try and make to get themselves, well situated coming into these phases. Of course, speaking about that, we do see the players from Cloud9 now starting in from that eastern side, as they are, partially split up. 2 players being in zone, the other 2 not there just yet. So it is going to be an interesting approach and an interesting rotation for them to make. But looking closer towards center zone, the players here from 47 Machine still looking to hold strong. Again, playing that waiting game, looking to see if anyone's going to potentially rotate close to them or right through them, as they do take good occupation of these available compounds.
Indeed, they are, and I think 47 machines, they have moved slightly away as well. Now, also Snakes control, particularly this boot camp hill as well. It really is about these 2 teams, because these 2 teams have the most control in the game, and Snakes as well, I think, actually have a brilliant where, again, we talked about them having the ability to not only realistically control the Southwest Island and look forward in, but even on top of that, control even the other strong position that 47 machines hold. And for Snakes, but you think, well, if they can just keep this position for at least phase 2, they shouldn't be any too major concerns for them. It's only about then moving into phase 3 to struggle.
Well, there's definitely a few options for the sitting through. We can see those positionings coming through the zone now, continuing a little bit further on towards that western side. A little bit of a spray coming through here from 47. Now trying to defend the region, but a good push coming in here from Whitey as well. They're looking for a little bit of that opportunistic performance, opportunistic plays that could work out quite favorably for them. But the tension's starting to rise as we do see Lagnall also coming through for their quick reposition. It is going to be a little bit of a tricky one to try and pull off, right? Because as we can see, there's a really tough passage and several teams set up alongside that. So they are going to be somewhat limited with their available options or the available positions they could look to move into. But now, again, we are down to seeing what these teams are going to bring on through, as we do have that blue zone yet to close in, only a few seconds away, and the tensions are going to start rising as we still have 13 teams left, and that is a really challenging play to make, especially on a map the size of Sandhawk. But of course, it is going to be Duo now up on the high ground, having a few blows getting down their way, as we did see Symbol rather, coming in with a few of those hits. But now, I mean, where are these teams going to go, Wolf?
I mean, realistically, you're looking at these teams jumping down just south of boot camp, and there are those lines of compounds. Even towards Painan is actually one of these core locations, right? You've got this bridge of Painan in between these two islands. The islands are both still in play, and when you're looking now at this location of Painan being what could be a very chaotic phase 3, phase 4 of these teams all trying to rush down in these more open spaces around Painan as well. This is a very tricky zone that much relies on the hills and the big deficits of going the dips from one hill to another. That's where these teams will be most at weakness to other teams, possibly catching them out.
Well, I mean, we'll have to wait and see how everything unfolds here, but we do see a little bit of that aggression now getting dialed up from the side here of YT. RTG down to 2. I mean, again, not really what I was expecting to see, but, you know, it is the way it is. And this could be a really great opportunity now for YT to bring in a few of those much-needed points to try and advance themselves up the leaderboard. But again, the teams looking to come in. We actually see one of the teams rotating all the way down in the water, trying to wrap around the entire southwestern island, looking to come in on that Camp Charlie approach and sneak their way on through. Fortunately, we do see the players from Rilla and Cider also now occupying that Camp Charlie position still. So there is a potential for a little bit more chaos to come in from that end. And now as we wait to see where the next phase is going to be going, we will see just how far these teams will have to try and extend their positions.
And I think realistically here for RTG, it has been, I think, overall a very disappointing tournament for the organization. I think we're coming into this competition saying, well, RTG has to be one of the heavy favorites, DK. They have had such success, I think, in other regions, particularly towards the UK and the Arabian region, have both been very successful for RTG previously. So to see them, I think, not only struggling, but struggling so much in this region and the African side has been, I think, a shock and a blow to, I think, not only the organization, but to us as fans and as casters too.
Yeah, it is somewhat surprising to see, you know, a little bit of difficulty coming through here. You know, maybe there's a few kinks that can be worked out. We don't really know. But, you know, looking for that improvement to come in. But again, now it is down to how these teams are going to play their positioning out, right? That zone continuing to apply the pressure on towards that kind of Painan bootcamp quarry region. So looking at the available space and the available options for these teams to move in, it's a tough call to make. And, you know, wherever you go, you have to try and commit to that and be ready to just go guns blazing all the way on through. And even looking at what Young Thunder has here, they still have to contend with those two players coming through there from RTG.
Yeah, Young Thunders as well, still holding out this fight versus RTG, playing it very patiently. They know that RTG really have nowhere to move here, DK. They are stuck, as we said, in between these two hills that they are trying to cross, and there comes the weakness that we talked about of where a team can capitalize on that and catch you and collapse on top of you, forcing you to then have to fight your way out towards your next location. Snakes as well are on the move. They are slowly getting towards it, where we are going to have to fight other teams. 4Rush are ahead of him. You also have even more teams towards the side of him. So for Snakes right now, I think it is about playing, again, very patient for them. If they do move further forward, there is that option that they get a more closely centered position to the zone. But on the other side of that, they are also at very much risk of getting caught by these teams who are also beginning, as we see, to rotate around them.
Oh, but a very, very risky play coming through there from Moen, just narrowly escaping a little bit of that damage as, you know, they come to just reinforce their team's position right here on the outside of Quarry. I mean, that is a little bit of a risky play, but, you know, it could work out for them, as we do see Starkry also just trying to see what available options they have. Blue Zone is, however, not going to be waiting around and allowing them much room to really wiggle with, but they got to continue to push further and further towards the zone. We do see a little bit of development coming in further down south towards the players there who we had just rushing in along the waterway. That, of course, being the players there from Blood Brothers. So it is going to be a great play as they do now reach out on towards the players there from Rilla and Cider, sending them away. But also, now they've got to keep the focus on, right? Because we've got 4Rush looking to capitalize on the third-party element.
and it's a massive shift as well up towards that South Boot Camp Hill. 4Rush, they know they have to move, and they see Blood Brothers here, and they take them out immediately. 3 down. There comes only 1 more to go. Star has nowhere to move. Finally makes the dash out. Does get to Matador, but there is nowhere to go from here. Devil is still in the blue trying to help Star here, but they are still a few seconds away. There comes the nade out, forcing Star to escape. They do get the flush through. Back down onto Matador again. Devil immediately taken down, and it is an egregious series of events against here Blood Brothers, as Boyka now continues to hunt further to solo, going in on a 1v1 versus Star. Star cooking up though. Another nade. Will hold off for now, and here for 4Rush playing it brilliantly, using the blue zone as a third party to force Blood Brothers' hands out of this zone. They know here SMSM slowly waiting for the moment but Blood Brothers decide to move. Snakes doing exactly the same. Versus Cloud9 is here. 4Rush back towards them, stepping forward, finding the extra shot. SM takes them down, and Blood Brothers, they had no right inside of that fight that 4Rush gave them.
I mean, that was such a great play coming through there from 4Rush. I mean, I can just imagine the adrenaline levels there being sky high, but that was such a great trade coming through there. And I mean, 4Rush just holding their own, picking up some very much needed eliminations. But now, speaking about that, it is going to be the players here from Snakes and Cloud9 getting into a little bit of a back and forth. We do see Duo getting traded, and now Pre-Fire and the rest of the squad going to be looking to get into position, trying to put up that defensive angle now, as the blue zone is going to continue to move on forward, so they can't really afford to spend too much time there, as we even see the players from Cloud9 getting their butts in the direction of zone.
Cloud9 do need to move though. That's phase 4. That's phase 5 already on its way. RTG, hey, hello, need to move because Lag are here to knock on the door. But Lag shut out of it. Narco painted out of that front door too, as there come the second from Lag as well to finish off the extra elimination. Cloud9 will also fall very early into the skirmishes now as they begin to set foot. And 47 machines who have been sat in this compound all day. Now it is their turn to defend, because you can see the highlight of all of these players circling around them.
Oh, but now again, it's up to that positioning. Looking to see if the teams can find some good angles to try and leverage here. Of course, several teams still strewn out across this map, but it is going to be that blue zone coming through, causing quite a bit of damage here, as the players here from 4Rush are not able to catch up just yet. And again, the players there from Snakes now just capitalizing on this fact, picking up whichever traits they can find, but SM now trying to frantically get back into the safety of this phase. But blue zone is not going to be stopping here. It is that 5th phase blue. It is absolutely brutal on these teams. But now it is going to be Rebels Rage looking to bring in a bit of a play here. Position down south. Several more teams yet to make that dash. And of course, it is going to be Snakes now coming under tremendous fire.
In Rebels Rage, they have this locked down this south side. There is nowhere here that realistically other teams can come to fight them from. Yes, you have Snakes, but they are very far outside of this zone. They have another road still to cross. In Rebel Rage, they have it all under control. There comes the next. You can see how difficult it is. Phase 5 is making it near on impossible. They do find an extra knock back as their Alpha finds down quality. It is now all down to Escano, but they've got across the roadside, but they are half HP. Alpha now tries to find a shot through, almost takes down Escano. There was a pre-fire, now takes their turn to walk through the zone, barely ticking themselves alive. They know exactly where the road of member of Rebels Rage are. Alpha charges in, and there is nothing Rebels can do about it.
I mean, Alpha coming in with an absolutely beautiful trade. Such quick reactions we saw there. But absolutely insane play for Snakes. Now, down to 2 players they are. It is going to be up to Pre-Fire and Alpha to bring in a good finish. At least we do see them situated up in towards the zone. The rest of the lobby still having to try and squeeze on through, but pre-fire coming under a little bit of fire there, as we do see that reach all the way from Num, rotating on through. Num coming in with some strong numbers here. You can see 4 players strong, but instead they are dashing right towards Snakes, right? They're going right up to their door and trying to break it down. They want to send them back. But of course, we could see the players from Whitey also just holding on to the high position there. So it is still going to be a very contentious play. We do have a little bit of a back and forth coming through now. Num 47 all now looking to hit those blows home.
In there, 47 machines fall. Num finds their 5th elimination. It might be their 6th as YT Gaming. DK, they're falling apart now. The nade straight on top. Does it land though? Will that be the 6th elimination? No, it will not. Only tickles down the Young Thunders slightly. It's now Taxma steps further forward. They will confirm that 6th elimination. It will be the help of the play zone that gets it there. Taxma, though stepping forward, they have to get into this zone. Phase 7, it is under their control for only 2 members. The rest need to come down and help because Snakes are also 2. Pre-fire Alpha, we know what they can do, DK, when they are given the opportunity.
Yeah, 100%. And of course now it is going to be a very, very tough play to make as we are down to our final 3 teams. We've got the Snakes now still having to cover quite a bit of ground to get themselves resituated back in towards that zone. Num looking absolutely phenomenal here. 7 eliminations to their name. But this is a great opportunity now for YT to get themselves into a strong finish here. They are, of course, chasing to get themselves closer to that 3rd position finish. Num, however, now just positioned here on the very edge, waiting to see what Snakes are going to be bringing on through, and they are in a position where they can really start to leverage their numbers. Up comes Taxma, Stacy, getting a beautiful trade following up, and it is up to the lone remaining player, Pre-fire, left to defend, but of course, meets their end as Num steps on forward. 9 eliminations under their belt, and now it's the opportunity for YT to just ride out the Blue Storm and take that 2nd place.
But not for much longer, though. Taxma is riding in the Blue Storm as well. It's Blue Storm party, DK, and Taxma's feeling it to the max. He might have gone too far, though. Taxma, no. He goes too much partying. You gotta calm down, my friend, because there's still 4 more first aid kits here for Mestri. He sees one. Does he get the elimination onto Taxma? He cannot. And the blue zone takes him down.
I mean, a great attempt being put in there, but unfortunately, you know, that blue zone just being so devastating, not being able to close up that engagement, but a great opportunity there being brought in as Taxma was, you know, dabbling with a little bit of that, you know, that boiling blue zone we had coming through. But again, a great finish coming in. Num picking up a great winner and a chicken dinner, but also Whitey, right? Being quite contentious, finishing strong with regards to those placement points. Now we get to see how much that is going to be affecting the overall standings.
Right, indeed, and I think that's definitely a big change for YT there to be able to have that success in 2nd place, as well as Num getting those results. Now, Num, they may not be able to, of course, get into that top 3, but they certainly do get themselves a lot higher for, as we say, those prize pool money that is still available to them by the end of next game. They just have to hope they can keep that up and also perform in our 5th game on our angle later. But the standings certainly do change a lot, right? As we said, with Nuclear, now also Rebels Rage, again, they're struggling a little bit in that game. It opens up the door for YT a little bit more, who did what they needed to do and perform on Sanhok.
Yeah, as we know, they were only in need of about, 17 points or so to get a good finish to potentially, make the players there from Rebel Rage just tremble in their boots a little bit, right? And as we did look onto the performance there coming through from Rebel Rage, they got taken out a little bit earlier on, so they weren't able to secure some strong placement positions. But, that's just the unfortunate way things go. But again, Sanhok, a great opportunity for teams to try and close up any potential gaps that they could see a chance for.
Yeah, indeed. I think it's definitely going to be very difficult here now for still YT to really push all the way and get to that third position, but it's very much still Nuclear and Rebel Rage's competition to fight for. Now, I think Rebel Rage did slightly better there than, of course, Nuclear, so they are going to be even closer now towards Nuclear, who had that third position in hand previously. It's all down to this last game between these two, and even if Young Thunders can have a good game, these three teams, to see who gets that top spot.
It's going to be super contentious to see where these teams are going to be ending up. And of course, it all boils down to our final show, the final match over on towards Erangel. Now, this is where, you know, YT, if they are really looking to be in contention for that third slot, they really have to step it up, because if we look at their performance that we've been seeing come through on Erangel, right? The first match, they got us off to an absolutely beautiful start. But will they be able to replicate that once again?
They've got to replicate it once again. There's no choice, DK, when it comes down to Erangel after his short break for our penultimate match, the PMCO African Finals.
brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Monster Energy, and DHL.
Welcome back, everyone, to the fourth match replays of best opera moments here on Sandhawk DK. It was another good game, but it was all in favor there of Num, who surprised us all, I think, and took that chicken dinner away.
I mean, they just gobbled it up. They just went num 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 num, right? It was all there. So what a great way. I just couldn't resist. I haven't done it in a while, so you know, might as well. So just popping that one in. But we saw some crazy plays. I mean, DBS being absolutely devastating as we saw in those early parts of the game. You know, we know everything is getting so bright when Wolf needs to start putting on his glasses.
I know, Num just took the starlight out of me here, and I had to put on the shades, had to put on the glasses indeed. But you know what also is even cooler than me with these shades on is Snapdragon Pro Series and Snapdragon Elite Gaming, spanning across multiple regions and a whole range of games. The Snapdragon Pro Series is revolutionizing mobile esports, DK. Bet you didn't know that fact, and I just hit you with it. There is exactly what we needed.
100%. I mean, like, I'm absolutely blown away, right? And
I'm so blown away. I have to take this off.
Yeah.
They're in my eyes.
But of course, now speaking about in your eyes, right? Something that we want to put in the eyeballs here is our round standings for this last match over on towards Sandhawk, with the players there from Num picking up a beautiful 24-point finish.
Indeed, they did. 24 points for Num. That's what we wanted for that prize money, baby. And YT Gaming looking for that PMNC spot as well, as they take those 19 points in that second position. But they still have to get one more good game. DK, they still have to keep going. They cannot stop right now, because the rest of Noz and also here, when we talk about Rebels Rage, they're both there on the standings too for that third position.
Yeah, I mean, it's close, right? But of course, as we look onto the second page, we can see the players there from Glitch and Cloud9 having a little bit of a tough run. But as we know, Cloud9, right, they're already pretty secure in their position. And we're not going to be really seeing any upsets come through, at least from when we last looked at the overall rankings. But now, looking at what the teams were able to bring in, you know, it was a valiant effort being put in there by Do and, of course, the players from Reliance Signer as well as Team Lack. But speaking about valiant efforts, let's have a look and see what the damage charts look like.
They do indeed. I mean, I'm suspecting Num definitely had a lot of damage, DK, overall. I also think that realistically, you are looking now, I think, can these teams keep that consistency up? Because another upset like that, where actually Nuclear and also Rebels had a pretty pitiful game, actually, compared to their best results, when you look at that in comparison, you are seeing Rebels Rage kind of fall off in these last two games and struggle under this pressure. And Nuclear also haven't had a great day overall. YT recently, though, at the end of today, have been improving. So now it's, can they keep this up for just one more chance?
Yeah, I mean, it was like a fire was lit under them, right? They just came blazing through, going absolutely crazy. And what a beautiful result that was. But also a strong effort being put in there by RTG Esports as well. Getting close to 1,000 damage, finishing on a beautifully rounded up 900. And of course, the 6 eliminations coming alongside with that. As you can see, Glitch, they were able to find a few hits. The same can be said there for Cloud9. But you know, unfortunately, no eliminations were able to be converted out of the damage they were dealing.
Yeah, indeed. I think that realistically, you are looking now at these teams down in the bottom, though. Not only are they fighting for that prize money, but they always have the chance to really take out the opportunity of some of these teams at the top getting into that PMNC. So we check out, though, the MVP out of that fourth game. It was for Rush Elite SM there, who did take the 5 eliminations and took that 673 damage done. I think realistically, you definitely saw a lot more aggression from SM here, and I look towards that Blood Brothers fight, especially, where they just had no fear of going in.
Yeah, I mean, SM was also showing some good aggression coming in on Erangel as well. But now we move into our overall rankings. I mean, Snake still holding strong in pole position. Actually taking a little bit of a lead there. Cloud9 still hot on their heels. But look at the jump, though. I mean, a great performance coming in there from YT now, moving up into that 4th position, just 2 points ahead of Rebel Rage.
Indeed, Rebel Rage really looking quite strong now, though in 5th position, but we still have to do a bit more. Yes, they've had those first 2 good games, but YT, Nuclear, also now very much in between them. You're looking now at that second page too, though, DK, where, as we said, it's all of these 8 teams. Yes, they're not likely to get in now, but they do have the opportunity to really upset, and we saw what they can do even on the bottom half of this leaderboard. For example, Lag, who are unfortunately there again, did have an amazing final game yesterday to get out of that bottom 8.
Yeah, I mean, they definitely did have an absolutely amazing run, but now, you know, like there's still the opportunity for teams situated on that second page to get onto the first page, right? But definitely not be contenders running in for those top 3 positions, right? But looking at the point situation we've got, I think it's going to be a very tough match coming in between AKM, Rebels Rage, YT Gaming, and then of course the players there from Nuclear Miracle. Those 4 teams, I think they are going to be the teams fighting out to see who will be the one to lock in that 3rd position.
Look, it's going to be all down to this last game, DK, and that's exactly why you guys at home need to give those teams their support using the hashtag Snapdragon Pro Series and cheer on your favorite team back at home, whether that be any of these top 5 squads. DK, which one realistically, out of all of these games that you've seen so far, looks the most promising, would you say, to take that 3rd spot?
Oh, wow, now you're putting me on the spot here. I'm gonna stick with the 4 teams, right? All 4 of them make one, right?
Okay.
So because you know it's a 4-man team, right? So make a 4-team one, right? So that's what I'm gonna go for. I'm gonna stick with. It's going to be between AKM, Rebel Rage, YT Gaming, and Nuclear Miracle, right? Whoever can keep up the last push, that'll be the team to lock in that 3rd position.
And if you are also as undecided as DK, well, you can just close your eyes and just pick a random number out of all of our Twitch poll list of teams, because there is all of your support that you can give based on that Twitch poll, and let those teams know at home that you have their backing. And now we are almost there, DK. We're almost towards that final playing path, that final first zone. What are you wanting? Are you wanting a kind zone? Are we wanting a mean zone? The angel of the pitchfork.
Oh, yes. I mean, like, I put it somewhere again. I always keep on forgetting where I put the damn thing. But either way, right? I'm hoping to see a challenging zone, right? That's what I want to see. I want to see the teams really being put through the works here. But, you know, whoever gets that 3rd slot, they need to work for it. And that is what I want to see. And I'm expecting not only the 4 teams fighting for that 3rd position to go absolutely crazy, but I'm also expecting to see a little bit of an insane performance coming through from the teams sitting on that 2nd page. Because not only do they have the opportunity to move into to the 1st page, but as you've said, they've got the power to decide who gets eliminations and who don't.
So you were the type of person that just wants all 8 of those teams to hot drop our top 8 teams? Is that what you're saying? Just to really shake it up a bit? Oh, you dire man, DK.
I mean, why not, right? Just imagine that happening, right? It is going to be insane to see what these teams are going to be doing, and I'm expecting a crazy performance, right? Because it's the last match, and a few of the teams have accepted the position they're in, and I'm expecting they're just going to go out, you know, and they're just going to step it up and go crazy.
Yeah, we want a bang and not a little fizzle out. We want fireworks for our last game. And I think, DK, realistically, the team I think coming in out of all of this has to still, I think, be YT. I mean, Young Thunder Gaming, we talked to him earlier, right? In the very first day before any of the games happened, and they said, well, Erangel is our best map out of all our 3. So they've been doing well actually today on Sanhok. They've done increasingly well there through on also Miramar earlier. So now I'm really looking at, can they on their own comfort home soil here of Erangel be able to finish off what they want to in terms of getting that 3rd spot? Because I think not only are they going to need, I think, to get a good result, But you are almost saying, well, maybe we should even take the risk almost of dropping onto one of our other two teams close up, because they also need these good results. We could maybe take them out.
I mean, that's definitely going to be an option, right? That is without a doubt an option for these teams to try and play here. But yeah, I gotta say, I mean, okay, so Whitey, they've really been showing great improvement coming into that last match over on towards Sanok. But it's all going to come down to, as we've been saying, this final match and whether or not they can keep it all together and just maintain the pressure, because this is going to be showcasing as to how much these teams want that slot, right? If they don't get the third place, whichever team doesn't make it into third place, they are still awarded with the prize money that they are able to get from their performance. But at the end of the day, you know, you want to be the team to make it through in towards the PMNC.
Yeah, I think certainly it's about the patience of these teams too, realistically, DK. We are looking about the patience game really playing off, I think, very positively for those teams who have secured the chicken dinner. It's about not going deep into the center of these zones. And we've seen these teams, as we said at the start of the day, very much love to go in towards the center. I'm glad that we've seen that change, actually, throughout the course of this second day. Yes, it's only been 2 days of development, but I think overall, what we have seen in the PMCO is a very much a development of these teams through fighting each other, and I think very positive showing that they are not as aggressive and mindlessly as aggressive. They are much more now thinking about the position coming into these final few games, and much more thinking about, well, can we utilize these places outside the compounds that we were searching for? Can we utilize now the edge of the zone as well as maybe just the center of it for a comfortable position?
I mean, let's be realistic, right? The teams obviously have a little bit more to learn, right?
Yeah.
So this is PMCO is part of the pathway to get into the professional scene, right? To call yourself an official professional player, right? Once you make it up into PMPL, it's kind of in the name already. It's called the Pro League for a reason, right? To get there, it takes a lot of work. So what I'm liking about what we're seeing here is we're not seeing the most insane performances coming through from these teams, but we're seeing plays that shows potential, right? And it is of such a degree where the teams are in a position where they can identify points which they need to improve on to get to where they are aiming to get to, right? To reach the points that they want to reach. And so there's a lot that now gets kind of scratched open as a lot more comes to the surface, as the teams are put in that opportunity to try out their strategies and see whether or not that actually is worthwhile utilizing.
Yeah, and I think certainly when you try out and you experiment here, yes, it comes with those risks. And I think even as we talk about these teams who aren't maybe guaranteed into getting into the PMNC, I don't want to see these players give up, right? I mean, yes, we've only got one more game right now in this competition, but there is much more about the future thinking of how can you do in the next competition? How can you improve based on what you've been able to learn and what you've been able to garner in this competition as well, DK? And I think you see that in specifically some of these teams in other regions. One that goes back to me would be actually in my own more region that I know more about here, which is the Arabian region, DK, where you saw Rico Infinity team go from barely making it in, from very low in the standings, to the finals of one PMPL Arabia, to the next, they were number one. No one could upsurge them in that pole position that they were able to hold, and they held that for many weeks until Enigma Galaxy finally overthrew them. So you see that even if an organization or a team does struggle in one event, it does not correlate to then the future of that organization, of those players still being able to have a good performance.
Yeah, 100% agree with you. I mean, you know, like it's not doing justice to any team to say, oh, you know, this is a horrible team because they had a bit of a tough start, right? Or they had a bit of a bumpy road. I mean, that's kind of part of the process, right? You need to jump through several hoops and hurdles to get to where you want to be, and it's all part of the learning process. So I have to just echo what you said there. You know, we even though we do not we only see 3 teams moving through in towards the PMNC. We still want to see the rest of the teams continue to grind, continue to try and evolve and improve their performances. So that when they come back in towards the next PMCO, they are really strong contenders, and they will, come in with a potential runaway performance.
Yeah, there's always a future to think about, of course. So just now, what these teams may have on their mind, if they can't make it into PMNC, is that prize money, of course. And we're going to give a quick recap of that, DK, and it is going to be that $8,000, keep in mind, for that first position. Yes, but when we say everyone's a winner, you still got that $1,100 still for that 16th place. Obviously, accumulating, the more these teams can continue to go up, and even if you do not get into that top 3, you end up in 4th. That's still $2,500 that you've got inside your back pocket. I can't believe it. That's why I'm starting over my own words how much money these players can get.
Yeah, I mean, it's a good payday whichever way you look at it, right? I mean, all the way from first place down to 16th. Obviously, you would prefer to finish higher up on that leaderboard.
Yeah.
But ultimately, you got to take whatever hand you are dealt with. And I mean, it's still a very satisfying reward coming in for the performances here of the teams. So again, there's a lot the teams can look to achieve, by starting out their pathway to the pro leagues in PMCO.
Yeah, certainly a lot of money up for grabs for these teams, and you think even just one extra place grabs you an extra $100 for these teams and these players, and it is going to be a lot of money. If you can have a good game here, you can get those 30-25 point match, and you can just upsearch yourself a few $100 in this one game alone. So even for these teams in the bottom, nothing is over yet. There is still very much an opportunity for these teams to improve.
Yeah, so I'm looking forward to seeing what the final push is that the teams are going to be bringing in. As we saw, there is a little bit on the line here as well. So also, this is what we've been seeing come through from teams in other events as well, right? They keep the pressure up till the very last match, all the way to the very end of the event. So I'm curious to see if we're going to be seeing that consistency come through. Just the good sportsmanship from these teams. I am pretty convinced that we will be seeing that, but it's always great to just get that confirmation in from the teams as well.
But you say consistency. How do you spell that? Do you spell that with like a big capital K like written down across it, or do you have to like spell it with just a small c? Because I'm thinking like the big emboldened underlined italic capital K's. That's what you need.
I just make it capitals all the way through.
Ooh,
I mean, why mess around,
all the way
right?
Through, right? I mean, that's certainly true. I mean, you embolden one letter, just do the whole word, right? Like
all of it. I mean, why not go big? Either go big or go home. That's my approach to it. So, just smack it all up in bold, make it all capital. Choose the biggest font that put on the screen. Might as well while you're at it.
Is that so? You're like when you're in school and you used to like put all your letters on the computer in like font 72, like or size 72 in like big bold font. Is that what we're talking here? A page for a letter.
I mean,
that's true. Big
it's
capital
bold,
K there
right?
too.
So.
Oh well, I mean, to be fair, like I wish I had a mug like that. You gotta hit me up, DK. That's
I'll hook
the
you up.
secret.
I'll hook you up.
I've got to get hooked up. Indeed.
I'll hook you up.
We are, of course, hitting a slight delay with the game. If you didn't understand why we aren't quite in game number 5 yet, we are prepping and we are pressing all the buttons, hooking back up all the wires for game number 5 to take place. We will be with you shortly, but DK, before we get into that game number 5, give us a little bit more time, of course, to talk about some of these teams. Is there any teams that, of course, we spoke about these squads getting the points, getting the extra money that you are really kind of searching out for to really improve and show us one last good result here?
Team Lag, right? We want to see that pop-off performance coming in from Team Lag. That's a team that we've been waiting to see some insanity from, moving out on towards that battlefield. So definitely being hopeful that we could see that maybe coming through in the final match of the day.
Look, for me, I'm thinking Club African, okay? I support the underdog story. They are in 16th position right now. There is no hope, unfortunately, mathematically, that they can get, of course, into that top 3, unless they just eliminate everyone in the entire lobby. It's very unlikely, but they can at least improve their position in the overall standings. And I'm hoping that we can see Club African kind of move out from the bottom of those standings. They have been in that 16th spot fairly long time.
Yeah, I mean, who knows, right? So we have seen some strong attempts coming through from them. I mean, what I like about the players there from Club African is you can see that they've got good intentions when they move into a particular position, right? It's sometimes just the struggle with the execution of that strategy, right?
Yeah.
But still, we get the big picture. We get the kind of sense of what it is that they're aiming to accomplish by moving into a particular position or taking a particular rotation. So I'd love to see that actually working out for them, right? Even if it's in the last match, you know, it doesn't necessarily need to be a winner chickens and a finish. But I just want to see a successful execution of all these strategies and tactics coming into this final match.
Yeah, and I think you saw that as well in that last match, right, where you had that Sun-Hawk game. You saw them fighting Insider, and they looked like they had a solid plan. You saw them trying to pincer down that solo member, and yes, Insider did play individually better, but it was actually a beautiful setup that Club African was trying to pull off. And I think had they actually just been a little bit more together coming up those staircases, had they actually been able to rush as a team together, they could have actually upsurged and actually taken down Insider and possibly had a better game. We'll have to see if they can do well in that game 5, as we will be taking you to a quick break and we'll be finalizing all of the rest of game 5 to get it to your screen soon.
you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Monster Energy, and DHL.
Welcome back, everyone. We've had a short break and we are almost there, ready to jump back down into a wrangle for our final penultimate match of the PMCO African Finals, brought to you by Snapdragon Pro Series. DK, we are almost there. Now
Yes.
It is time for these teams to get ready. Are we expecting big things from these teams?
Yes, all the way, right? I'm either go big or go back to the lobby. That's one of the two options the teams have here. But they got to step up. They got to go absolutely crazy. And I'm expecting some pretty hot and heated plays to come through. I mean, I'd like to see a little bit of a crazy zone come through. I know we did finish off on an absolutely insane one just yesterday, moving all the way down south with everyone having to, dip down into either the blue zone or into the drink to get themselves situated on towards that southern island. So maybe something similar like that, but maybe in another direction. I know there's no islands to the north or the east or anywhere else other than south, but, want to see a really challenging zone making its way through into this last match.
You know where it needs to go, DK? It needs to go right to the north where Savoni is. It needs to go into those rocks, those few little rocks in the middle of the ocean. That's what we're talking about for a final game. They thought the South Island was bad. Oh boy, did they not expect day number 2 here, DK.
I mean, that could be a little bit of insanity coming through there as well. But of course, we'll have to stay tuned to see what exactly it is these teams will have to deal with, as it does seem like, the lobby is coming along nicely, so we should be progressing into the game momentarily.
Indeed, and as we did wait, we get to talk even more about our teams, DK, and we've not talked about a few of them. And I think one team that I think we really want to look out for, we saw Num stand out, okay? I think now is the time for Rilla Insider to step up, okay? I'm a Rilla Insider believer, okay, for this last game. It is not biased. I just want to see them do well, because I just want to see them have a good game to close it out, along with all of these other teams on the second half of our leaderboard. We've not seen all that much from Rilla, actually, when it comes to the aggression, when it comes to the actual playmaking ability coming into those final zones. And I want to see every team get their share.
I mean, it is somewhat surprising, right? If we look back to their performance coming through in the previous PMCO, right? They finished with 83 points on the board. So I want to see a little bit of an improvement coming in from them on that side, because this time around, it's looking a little bit. It's looking a little bit on the tough side there. So I'm hoping for a little bit of an increase, at least in this last match. From Reliance side.
83 is a bit of a stretch. I don't think we're going to get there. I would like to see a team jump up from about 2023. It'd be the only time ever in a PUBG mobile competitive scene that we would have a team get 60 points in the lobby. That would be quite scary as well, and I think I would be slightly concerned for how the other teams are playing, if they are playing with two hands at all, if a team gets 60 points against them.
But also, then take into consideration that was across 16 matches, right? This time around, there's only 10, so, it's a little bit of a different situation here, but still want to see a strong push coming in there from them, and, just see them, make a little bit of a jump, because one good match from them could actually catapult them all the way up into, like, potentially 9th place, 10th place, somewhere around about there.
Yeah, certainly there is hope. Yes, of course, they are below the average still that they had per game from the last PMCO, but it does change through time, and I'm hoping that they can show us a little bit of hope coming to the final game. I think also, again, I would like to bounce back to RTG, as they were our favorite team, or coming into the first day, and I think everyone kind of expected a lot coming through from RTG. They are a very well-known organization, as we have said, but they just really haven't had the oomph that we wanted to see through from them.
Yeah, we want it to be one of those oomph, there it is, right? That's what we want to have. We want to see the teams just going absolutely crazy. And, just show us why they've been able to make it this far. And whoa, look at that though. I mean, Manfilas coming in with that first hit already, just utilizing the vehicle, picking up that first trade. That's a little bit of an aggressive start coming out there for YT Gaming, as you know, that was to the detriment of Rida Insider.
Yeah, unfortunately, Coco felt the brunt of that bonnet to the vehicle, and it was not a good feeling here from Coco. I can confirm Coco is no longer with us.
Yeah, Coco went pop, right? That's what we saw happen right there.
Ah, no.
Thanks, Manfilas.
The dad jokes, DK. With the last game, okay? We just hold on a minute. We're almost there, okay?
Yeah, I mean, just put on your seatbelt. You'll be fine. I promise. Like, you know, I've been able to to be much more reserved. I've dialed it back, but I still have to let one out now and again.
Okay, you've got 2 hands on the wheel though, right?
Yes.
DK is. We should stop though with the dad jokes. See, these people in the chat are probably cringing away. Is hello is still, and the rest of RTG continuing looting up in Club African right beside him. Actually, I am not opposed to seeing RTG Club African fight style here because I want to see both of these teams do well. It sucks if one of them has to go out early on, but it don't suck to see them fight because that is always exciting.
Yeah, I mean, that's gonna be some pretty spicy stuff to come on through. And I mean, looking at RTG, they're sitting on 32 points on the leaderboard. And as we were looking at the players there from Club African as well, you know, they were sitting on a grand total of 17 points to their name. So any additional points these teams are able to find would do absolutely great things for them. Oh, excuse me, RTG is sitting on 41 points, right? It probably helps if I read the right numbers.
You could read them upside down, though. You could always turn the page 180 and then that changes it, you know? You could have, indeed a different number entirely, DK. But I think also, I love to see that even with Club African here, changing up their drop spot too. Actually, I've seen that change a few times for different teams during this competition. And I admire that these teams are trying out different things and not trying to be stuck into one way of playing too.
Yeah. You know, like they're trying to find that thing that works best for them. And, you know, you got to... There's a good approach to be taking here. But, of course, now we did see a few more hits. Essentially starting to make their way on through. The players here from NAM quickly trying to get themselves resituated. Aiming for a little bit more of that northern approach here as we see Stacy and Enazi just hopping on towards that 3-wheel of doom.
Oh, no.
I don't really approve because that thing is quite devastating.
Look, it had to come out eventually, DK. We just have to hold on to our hands a little bit longer, hold on to the wheel, hold on to the edge of that singular seat. The tricycle is not advised, personally. I would personally go for myself the Jeep. I quite like the Jeep, very technical when it comes to a map like this. However, my all-time favorite has to be the Beep Beep Bus. I mean, we only got to see it a few times. And for those of you who don't know about my love for the Beep Beep Bus, it started early on Miramar. And if there is only one person in the world who will continue to love the Beep Beep Bus, it shall be me, DK.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure the Beep Beep Bus designer is quite happy to hear that, you know, should they find that out somehow, some way or another. But of course, now speaking about Beep Beep Buses, right, we're not going to be seeing any of them right here on Erangel. It is, however, going to be the players from Club African looking to reposition out of Yasnaya and venturing a little bit further down south, right? Getting themselves a little bit more situated in the line of fire of Glitch.
Glitch as well, who have been a little bit too quiet. I think they need to wake up and get these eliminations on board for themselves because they have been slipping down on that leaderboard and they at least grab themselves here 1 for now, catching off a rogue player on their own rotation. But for Glitch, I'm hoping that they actually can continue to have not only good positions, but also these good eliminations, because I'm surprised by Glitch. They've always had these great positions overall, but they've never really had the amazing show up in terms of the stats that follow with those positions, DK.
Yeah. I mean, it is a, you know, it'd be great to see just an insane performance. But I mean, if we continue on like this, Wolf, we're going to be saying that about every single team, right? Oh, we want to see a great finish from this team, great finish from that team. And speaking about great, it is going to be the players here from Lag and 4Rush now getting into a little bit of an exchange. A little bit of a tussle here, of course. You do see Zero getting knocked right now. Beautiful spray there from Fantasy, just picking out the hits right out of that Jeep as it comes rushing on forward. And now it is up to the 2 remaining players from the side there of 4Rush to try and defend it. It is none other than SMSM and Boyga looking to finish strong.
And Lag here, who should have, I think, had that fight under wraps, but the 2 back members of 4Rush are there. Finally, the 3rd one goes down. Cacao, it would have helped Vera Fantasy, silences down SM. There's only 1 more to fall for 4Rush, and they thought they could rush it and take this fight versus Lag, but it is Lag who are destroying them in this initial fight in phase 1. Caught on rotations for both. Boyka still holding, using the smoke for now. They have to go for the play. They grab down 1, but is there the support there? There is not. It's from inside from the long range that takes down Lag.
Oh, I mean, that was crazy to see come through. Beautiful shot there from Zeke. You know, just absolutely popping off there, causing so much devastation. But as we turn our attentions now on towards Glitch, we see a little bit of a trade-off coming between them and the players there from Club African, holding up into a very centered position in the zone. And now, I mean, Glitch, they got to decide where they want to go, right? Are they going to stick to the little ditch that we've got here, or are they going to turn their focus onto the compound right behind them?
Glitch still trying to find that great position. Now, they have actually the island in play that they could use in between the roads. Metaphorical island, of course, but it is still an island indeed between all of those roads, and it is very strong, to be fair. I like that they are continuing to try split, though, around here. Those of Club African. I think the Club African have really put themselves in a corner when it comes to that compound. Very difficult to rotate out of due to how flat that terrain is around it. But Blood Brothers as well, on a completely different style of terrain fight versus here 47 Machines. Reverse and Matador back now in onto the fight as they too very, very split though need to come together. Star will be the first to be felled by 47 Machines. They look to try find Devil. They have found their position, but so has Devil found No Cry.
Oh, now let's see. No Cry just peeking the edge there. Oh, it is going to be a quick reposition coming through from Matador. Now just hastily moving down that hill, trying to utilize the vehicle as an extra little bit of cover. But now it's going to be the players here from 47 looking to come in with that rush. They want to pick it up. Down goes Matador. And with that, the players from Blood Brothers are down to 2. As we did see Devil come in with a quick little bit of a rest there on towards Husam. But now, I mean, 47... still having to try and figure out how on earth are they going to get themselves back into safe position as Husam strikes on down with a Mosin, getting the knock right up in towards Law. But this is the opportunity now for the Blood Brothers to rotate away and focus their attentions on getting that position locked in.
And this is what we talked about, DK. I've got a smile from cheek to cheek. These teams all trying to find its elimination quickly as possible. They change all of their playstyle to try boot themselves up in that overall standings, getting those elimination points in play. Yes, it may not be working out for some, but it is certainly exciting to see as Snake's also feeling now. Glitch also want to try to take down one of the top in the leaderboards.
Oh, but now, I mean, this is a little bit of a bold move, right? And I love to see this come through. But now, Glitch, they got to try and play this position out, right? They got 3 players up towards the northern side, 1 coming in from that southern edge. And it does seem like Snake's attention is fully drawn, more partially drawn, to that northern position. Of course, the players here from 4Rush not going to be backing down just yet. Also trying to see if they can pick up a few more trades on towards Rilla Insider. But we do have a little bit of congestion now coming in on towards that eastern bridge, as well as we have the squads there from Blood Brothers and 47 now starting to a bit of a funnel on towards that bridge. But this time around, Wolf, the zone is looking absolutely insane, right? Everyone now just vying for that center zone position.
In Young Thunders as well. Sniping down SM, they found their location in Glitch here too. Meanwhile, slowly snaking, crawling their way towards Duo, but he's got a pair of Glitch on his hands to deal with. And Glitch, they have now been able to smoke out the front lawn, but can they get inside the front door? They reroute 3 members again, back behind, still slowly trying to weave a position inside, but Duo's had enough. He steps in, but it's a return, a trade for trade. Thankfully, Alpha is there to help Duo back up on his feet. But now look at the rest of Glitch. You can see them, they're full sending it in. Leader's gone to the front side too, and here are Glitch trying to find the shots down. They take down Leader. They get one. Duo's back on his feet. Can they find a second? Back onto Glitch as well, though. Alpha is there. They eliminate the rest of Glitch's hopes and dreams. It's all down to the solo man of Glitch left, but I don't think they can do it. Duo's on the chase. Nade back over. Does Duo get baited in? No, they do not. Kalua felled by Duo.
Oh, absolutely insane rush coming there from Snakes. I mean, just holding their own. Yes, they were already 1 player down, but such a beautiful trade coming in. I mean, this was such a confident rush there. Also, you gotta come in Glitch, right? Making that decision, pushing on that initial knock. It's a great strategy to use. Unfortunately, the players here from Snakes were just able to outpace them. And, of course, as we saw, send them back into the lobby.
And it looks like it maybe be a La Bendita-esque compound again, but thankfully for Snakes, all of these teams have got around it. Young Thunders will not go inside a compound. They heard the shots. Rick will be the last there to rotate through. And it's still Snakes surviving with 3 members. They did lose free fire in that engagement. They are softened up, if you like, for Young Thunders to make it an easier fight for them with the advantage in the players.
Well, we'll have to wait and see how this unfolds, as we do have another mass migration now coming in on towards that eastern side. Meanwhile, it's going to be the players here from Rilla inside a position, smack dab center zone nearly. Looking to see if they can find a good position just slightly to that southern side of center. But as we see, we do have still the players there from Snakes off in the distance. A little bit of a reach trying to come through here from Zeke now, trying to get a pop up into that vehicle. Not quite sure whether or not that is going to come to fruition, but of course the engagement's continuing to roll on through as the teams are laying the aggression on super thick.
Oh, and this is a really difficult zone as well for these teams to have to contest with. Yasnaya Pollyanna is going to be where it shifts up to for this 3rd phase. DK, it's a really diabolical move, and I think that not only are you looking towards the compound for these teams to have to take, but I also love the fact that the hills up to beside those lakes, you have all of those rock faces that come just against the cliffs of that lake towards the western side of Yasnaya Pollyanna. That are still available. Now, we've seen teams in other regions, again, squads like Yala, who take advantage of this. Again, Rico Infinity team who do the same. And you see them time and time again. The way in which you play that is you slowly work your way around on the edge of the rocks, in between that and the tree line. And you use both the cover of the rocks and those trees to work your way in towards the compound. And while you slowly get there, the rest of these teams whittle themselves down inside the compound itself.
Well, there's going to be a lot of whittling to do here, right? We still have 45 players remaining and 14 teams strewn out through what is left of the zone. And with that, we now are in our 4th phase. So that means not a lot of space. And with that, we do see Hussam also getting traded off there as Diego finds a beautiful angle. Walti definitely going to be looking to finish strong in this round. Already 2 eliminations to their name. Yet to make that rotation up in towards the zone. But up comes that mobilization now from Mesa and Diego. Off they go, looking to see if they can find a great opening. Devil situated just up ahead of them. And also then the players there from Rebels Rage, who we know are also in contention for that 3rd position. Also, to speak of that, we see the players there from AKM not too far away either. So a very risky play actually coming in here from Diego.
Yeah.
As we can see, full rush now just tapping away relentlessly.
I am not sure if Young Thunders realize they're still in contention of winning that top 3 position, but that is not, I'm sure, the way to do it, DK, by jumping in amongst all of those other players. Now, yes, Nia Poliana, it has shifted away from there, so I understand the move that they have to make, but to make that so early and to make that not committal move either, they slowly stalled in their own vehicle and allowed that knock onto Diego to happen. Not really sure if they want to stay here or in Yasnaya, but they do take down Boyka with Manvilla still there inside the compound.
Yeah, a little bit of that justice coming through, that little bit of repayment, if you could put it that way. But now, I mean, it is going to be the players here from Club Africa finding themselves in a little bit of a hot position, as they do have another team pulling up right there alongside them, and that is none other than Dio. But here we are. Look at this now. Will they be able to find that last position on towards SM? As we can see, YT trying to frantically just utilize this 2-2 split that they've got, but they've got several other teams now having to share the space with, and I'm curious to see whether or not they're going to actually be able to get that jump on towards Devil.
Yeah, Devil is going in, but Diego's already filled, and now it's down to only one for YT Gaming. Young Thunders are gonna go for the 1v1 play. Solar Bowler versus Devil. Meanwhile, Jew, they're burning alive, burning to a crisp, into a puff of green smoke, as now they will lose Shikoshi. Now, the rest of Jew, a second knocked. Now only down to Willow. Cena, they're remaining. They will get their revive onto the third member of Try here, as they will continue to move further in. The smoke's the only thing that protect them, because snakes, oh, there is an angry bunch of them on the other side of that smoke.
Oh yes, a whole swarm of snakes, right? That's exactly what you call it. And now it is up to the players here from Rebel to try and, just reach across and lay down a little bit of that devastation. They too are, of course, pushing to get into that third slot. As we know, it is going to be quite contentious coming through from these teams. They are only 2 points behind the players there from YT Gaming. But we're yet to see what the players from Nuclear are going to be doing, right? We haven't seen all too much from them just yet. So curious to see at which point they are going to be looking to make a bit of a stand.
Nuclear do indeed need to make that push, but Snakes, we are slowly crawling in. Duo is getting very, very close indeed towards the Jew side, but he's got to cross the hill over the top. Leader is still there. Alpha now jumps in as well. Comfortable now with all 3 players ready to make the move, but they have to hold off for now. Almost a vehicle blows up in the face of Leader, but they keep themselves alive.
Oh, but now it comes down to that zone also taking a little bit of a shift over on towards that slight northwestern side, as we see a quick reposition coming through from Alpha. But as we can see also up ahead, right? So many other teams just lying in wait up ahead of them. But now it is Leader getting lit on fire as that Molly comes through, and it is now up to Duo to try and hold up this line here with them. But it is the end of the road as they get eliminated. Rilla Insider striking down. Rashid now trying to reach back on towards Trip, trying to come in with a little bit of that vantage point utilization. You can see Wild also there from the side of Dew, still trying to get a little bit of those meds applied before coming in with that dash. Of course, now this is the beauty of the teams positioned so close to each other. One peek too long out of these windows does open up great opportunities for any of the other teams in the vicinity.
Indeed, and even here, Rebels Rage, they've got such an opportunity, taking actually the compound that Jew had previously in game number 1, trying to make such success work for them as well as now. Speaking of success, so they'll have to make it quick. There are more teams trying to come up towards some Jew, speaking of which will fall outside to the play zone. Insider also dropping their 1047 machines as order. Meanwhile, Nuclear also making their way outside from the Roshawk Hills in on towards the phase 5 as it begins to close in further. They haven't got all their players together, in Cloud9 do control this edge of zone.
Oh, we see RTG now getting eliminated, and down we go to 11 teams. Dew being one of those teams also now having to pack their bags. But it is going to be the players here from Nuclear, still trying to be in contention, still trying to see if they can make a bit of a play, but they are going up against the remainder of Cloud9, as we just saw there a few moments ago. Meanwhile, Rebels Rage looking to make a bit of a stand coming in on this eastern front, still having some beautiful angles to play for as the players there from Full Rush Elite also now get sent away down to our final 10 teams we go. Club African also holding on towards their northern position, still side by side, cheek to cheek with the squad there from YT, and this is where things are going to get pretty hairy, as we can see AKM holding a beautiful centered position.
AKM, for slap bang in the middle of this phase 5. They've been gifted with that, but can they take that to the winner chicken dinner? Is their Club African unfortunately will be reduced to ashes. Young Thunder strike down upon them, and I mean, all now up to also Blood Brothers Devil. He is still that solo player. We wondered if Young Thunders would take that fight, but Devil seems to have gotten away now, but they are peeking in between two Richies on all of these teams either side.
Oh, but look at this. AKM already sitting with those 4 eliminations to their name. All they got to do now is just continue on with the hard work that they've already been doing in this match. With that, you see one of the Young Thunder players getting sent away. So that means the numbers are starting to dwindle. But look at the players here from Nuclear. They don't have such an easy rotation to get up in towards the zone. I mean, beautiful position coming in here from AKM. And all they got to do now is just hold strong and see what carnage they can rain down on towards these teams. Of course, it is going to be Rio trying to still reach across on towards the players there from Nuclear Miracle. But 47 machines pushing up right behind them. And that is going to be a little bit of a worrying play now on towards AKM.
AKM, they've lost now Yafars, and they've got only 3 more, but 2 of them below that 50% HP mark does make them vulnerable to their nades. They're being rained down upon, and they fall so swiftly. Luca, the only one remaining, is gonna have to keep himself up, but they are between so many squads. They've got 1 smoke and only bandages to try to reveal or revive the HP bar. 47 machines down below. A brave nade down onto the rest of Nuclear to try upset the potential 3rd place squad. Is AKM, they know they are not long at all for this world.
Oh, it's going to be such a tough run, as we can see the hits now starting to be deployed down on towards the players there from Nuclear as well. Banda getting packed up, and with that, Nuclear down to only 3 more remaining hopefuls. It is also Rilla Insider trying to reach in from the side, but with that, they meet their end. Down to 7 teams we go. We still see one of the players from YT holding on. It is going to be Manfilla off in the distance, just up ahead there of Eagle. And it's going to be a dangerous play now for Manfillas to try and secure that rush. But of course, the players here from Rebels Rage definitely doing an absolute phenomenal job. Already 7 eliminations to their name. They've got 1 knock coming in their directions. We can see Quality just getting taken down. But of course, we could see a beautiful jump back coming in here from them, as all they got to do is just hold on to the rush. They are 2 points behind YT on the overall standings, at least for the time being. But with the amount of eliminations they've been able to secure, things are looking on the up and up for them.
And Rebels Rush, they are just waiting here for the rest of Nuclear to fall down, DK. Nuclear is between them and Rebels to get that 3rd place position. And Rebels, with their 7 eliminations, with their now ability to get back in onto the zone, Nuclear all but out of this competition if they cannot pull out a miracle of a play in these next few seconds.
Yeah, the timer is ticking. As we can see, that blue zone is going to start making its closure pretty soon. But of course, Numb also trying to be a little bit of a thorn in the side. They're looking to see if they can bring in a strong finish. AKM also down to very low numbers, but it is now up to the players here from Numb to hold on to that northern position and just rain down some devastation on whoever dares venture in their direction. But again, a quick reposition coming through there. Goblin actually getting hit there by Manfillas. But now, Manfilla's position getting opened up. And now, it is a very difficult play to make. As we can see, Inazi also on the approach, cooking up those nades, looking to see if they can reach across. So this is where Manfillas either needs to be super swift or Hopeful a little bit of a saving grace coming in from the side. Oh, there we go. Manfilas picks up the trade. And now that is the opportunity for Manfilas to get out of that sticky situation.
And where was this? Unfortunately, they have been silenced down by none other than Rebels Rage. Their 8th elimination here, DK. And Num, who are looking so darn good coming into these final 2 games, silenced in 6th position. Young Thunders, I almost forgot that they got the solo player though. Manfilla is still there, and as long as Manfilla is alive, there's still hope for them. It's Luca steps up again. He's the 2nd time in the 2nd last game here per days that he's got to step up as a solo. But can he do it? The 1v2. He's trying to dip and dodge. Goes down, but a drop shot is too much for 47 there to finish off the fight.
Oh, absolutely insane clutch coming through there from Symbol. I mean, look at that health. The blue zone right there alongside them. You know, one well-placed cough could have been enough to make it the end of 47's run here. But a quick attempt coming through there. Those mates getting applied once again. Down to the final 14.
Nuclear.
So we can see Nuclear. Yep, down on 1. Only 1 elimination to their name. That is not what you want to see. Well, I mean, looking at the performance coming through from Rebels, absolutely amazing run.
Rebels, they've got everything in the eliminations. They just need to get the placement points now. But both Young Thunders, both Nuclear, here stand in their way. And for Young Thunders Gaming and for Nuclear, oh boy, is it going to be a difficult uphill battle, both down to the solo players. Rebel Rage now is a full squad. Ascend in slowly. Phase 8 zone here, DK Quality. Leading behind a charge of Rashid. Deep behind him is Eagle up on front. They stay with the smoke path though. They have laid in down. Manfilla has to move up, has to come in, finds down Eagle, tries to get elimination, but it's not enough. 47 machines upset YT Gaming. And now Rebels Rage though, has it been enough damage against them? Can Nuclear steal away this first position? If 47 machines can upset here the rest of Rebels Rage, they find potentially the revive in 47 who aren't pushing hard enough. They now get the revive back onto Eagle. They take down Nuclear Miracle. And what can Rebels Rage not do, DK? 9 eliminations on board. They've got all 4 members back in the hype train behind them. And they now push further forward to steal the final chicken dinner. But only 47 machines lie in wait. Simple, taking shots behind the tree line. They know exactly where they are. They find one back in return, but it's only a 1-for-1 trade. And Rebels Rage know they've got this game. They charge in. They find one Symbol. Can he get the second? No, he cannot. And Rebels take the last chicken dinner. And I think we might have our 3rd place team, DK, stealing away that 3rd spot on the last game.
I mean, the Rebels, they were just raging their way through that match. I mean, I just gotta do that. But absolutely phenomenal performance. I mean, coming in with such strong numbers into that late phase. I mean, what more could you have asked for? And I do think that performance could just have been enough for them to secure themselves that 3rd place finish. But of course, we don't know. We have to wait until we have the official confirmation on screen, because sadly, that's how we also find out what the overall standings are.
That is indeed how we find out what the standings are. But DK, you cannot take away whatever happens in these results. Rebels Rage, they showed up to play in that final game. They stormed through those final few zones. And again, they did it with their own playstyle, their patience on that to allow these teams to make mistakes. They knew they had a strong position. Yes, it wasn't in the zone, but they understood their position was good enough until the zone was moving in behind them to keep hold of it and avoid those fights. And then when teams overextend, when they lose their HP bar, when they use the utilities or the smokes, more importantly, on a zone like that is so difficult to try to control around and try to move from one place to another, then be able to capitalize on those lack of utility and this lack of players, as we say, from the enemies.
Yeah, I mean, it was a really tough play, but a great performance coming through there from them. And, you know, looking at the teams that we had in the running for that third position, I do think the decision that YT Gaming made to rotate out of Yasnaya before doing their due diligence and clearing up, you know, the players there from full rush in that kind of compound with them, I do think that was kind of the downfall for them, right? Because as we saw, as they made that rush, you know, only Manfilas eventually survived that rotation. So a little bit of a risky play. I mean, AKM also bringing in still a phenomenal performance there as well, making it very contentious to the very finish. And the same, of course, can be said there for the players coming through from Nuclear, right? Nuclear's trying to hit up those blows coming in from that western side. But unfortunately, it was a very exposed kind of rotation for them to try and bring in to get to where the zone was.
Yeah, indeed. I think that it definitely was very difficult for Manfilla as that solo player. You could just even try step up, and I think it was a very valiant effort to try find an extra elimination point. They knew they needed every single point they could get on to, of course, Eagle, but unfortunately it just was not enough. The rest of Rebels Wage were quick enough to actually support their Eagle and to take down Manfilla before they could remove one of their players. And I think it was very important, actually, that their Rebels Rage had that many players, because 47 machines, as valiant as an effort as it is, that they can't, of course, get into the top 3, they still were able to put on that valiant show, as we say, and almost steal that chicken dinner away from Rebels Rage.
Yeah, I mean, we were expecting, right? We were talking about this in some depth, right, before we kicked off the match, that we were expecting to see some pretty heated engagements come through from these teams. And a lot of them stepped up, right? And that was exactly what we were looking for.
Indeed it was, as we will hit a quick break. But afterwards, we'll be revealing who is our champion and who are the rest of the teams who make it into the PMNC 2022.
Welcome to the place where dreams come true. where everything you want can be yours. If and only if you're willing to work for them. You're willing to hurt for them. But most of all, you're willing to be first for them. Ha! Look, I'm going straight to the top. I don't know how I would stop, like it or not. I got some goals that I'm hitting. You hear what I'm spitting? It's hot. Look what I got. Whole lot of passion and pain. The road to success is insane. Stay out my lane, cause I'm on a mission. I'm getting what stands in my way. Yeah, I'm a beast. I wouldn't play with me, baby. The way that I'm training is crazy, and I do it daily. You wanna talk about drive? I got more drive than Mercedes. I've never been lazy. I'm in the room, it's a red alert. You wanna compete? Well, get better first. I got 10 toes in the dirt, push through the hurt just to show them my worth. I'm the best. Yeah, I'm the best. I never stress. I know what's next. I'm who they test, like we playing chess. But I'm unimpressed, so now let me flex. Ha, yeah, I'ma work through the struggle and hurt, cause I know my worth, and I gotta be first. Ha, yeah, I gotta be first. Look, I don't want anyone's sympathy. I understand what it's meant for me. I give my focus and energy. If it's meant to be, then it's meant to be. But mentally, I'm undefeated. They hear that and say I'm conceited. Like there's no reason. Like I don't beat them and come back again just to teach them that when you...
Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Monster Energy, and DHL.
Welcome back to the final best of both moments here as we penultimate match finished up now by here Erangel. It was none other than Rebels Rage DK that took the chicken dinner, but what a match we had. It was fighty everywhere.
Oh yes, a lot of fighty happening all over this match, and as you can see, I mean, Snakes also just dealing some absolutely devastating blows there. AKM also making a strong dash, a strong attempt to get themselves closer to that third position, but at the end of the day, as you said, it was the team there from, the Rebels Rage to pick up the victory, and some phenomenal performance we had, especially in this last match.
And even there, you think towards Young Thunder Gaming, right? And also Nuclear Miracles be able to keep themselves alive, even as solo players, to try and make it as much of a competition as possible for Rebels Rage. Rebels, they had to go to the limit to get to that chicken dinner. They had to go to the limit of getting those eliminations to be able to get what we believe could be their third position that they were so desperately hoping for. But either way, whichever way the coin flips, DK, Rebels 3 out of these 5 games today have had a completely opposite performance to what we saw yesterday.
Yeah, I mean, it's like it is a new team stepping out on towards that field, but that is what I was hoping to see, and whichever team it was to do that, I was going to be happy with it, and absolutely phenomenal performance through there from the Rebels.
Yeah, of course, we do have to call out finally one more time. Of course, our top 3 for the round leaderboard, which will be Rebels Rage, 47 Machines, YT Gaming here, just to check out where, of course, they got in the standings that match. And YT, they did do a lot of damage there. I think Nuclear not so much, only getting that 3rd position really did hurt them getting that 11 points. Now, I think Rebels, with that, is that enough? I mean, 47 Machines, is that enough for them too to have garnered maybe a couple more $100 in their pockets?
Well, I don't want to rely on my math at this point, right? Because I don't want to get anyone's hopes up on anything, right?
Yeah.
So I'm going to leave that to the professionals with the math side, right? To do the necessary calculations and, show us the overall rankings when we get to that point. But of course, looking onto the second page, you can see everyone putting in their efforts. Every team at least walking away with a minimum of 1 point.
That's what I like to see. Everyone's the winner when you grab at least one total point by the end of the last match. And I think, honestly, there was so much fighting. And I love to see that actually every team, DK, was able to step out and even have just a fun time. And to show that even though they understood they weren't getting into the top of that leaderboard, they still did a heck of a lot of damage to the rest of these other teams around them.
I mean, talk about a heck of a lot, right? Look at 47 machines. They were just like looking to obliterate anything that moved. So a very strong performance coming there. Looking at the 2270 damage and those 10 eliminations coming in from that. Of course, Rebel Rage also one more elimination, but a little bit less on the damage. So it means that they were a little bit more selective with the engagements they were looking to take. And as we did see, a really good result coming through from that. YT Gaming also stepping it up, as we can see, a very close conversion rate there. 7 eliminations and 1084 damage being dealt, which is great to see. Of course, looking at the second page, again, it doesn't look bad at all, right? The teams putting in effort, and they were trying to finish off on as big of a note as they possibly can in this last game.
Indeed, I think for sure you saw it through everyone, right? They were all trying to put in their effort, and you can see that with the damage leading across the board. Even those teams down at the bottom, all doing at least about that 500, 600, 700 mark damage overall. I really do think, honestly, that this was probably the most exciting way that we could have had the final spin out. But I'll tell you something, DK, it was not as exciting as that phone down below, the Oppo Reno series with upgraded phones and upgraded fun. So we're going into bit with the brand new Oppo Reno 7 Pro 5G, the designated smartphone for PUBG Mobile Middle East and Africa Esports 2022. We see there too Rebels Rage, the MVP. DK, I am not surprised to see that Eagle is on this, and I'm actually glad that Eagle is our final MVP in a way, because for me, Eagle has been one of these players that have been so undershowing in terms of the spotlight when they make these plays. You saw it in Miramar, actually, where even though they didn't get the MVP, they were constantly finding these fights. They're constantly finding these picks, particularly against Blood Brothers, actually, down below them in that Miramar match to stop these teams from coming closer. And it's not only been that match alone where Eagle has been such a pivotal role for Eagle's overall, sorry, should I say Rebels Rage overall success.
Yeah, I mean, Eagle definitely soaring high and making a really good finish there for the team. And I mean, that is great to see all these performances coming through here. So, I mean, what more could we ask for?
Look, what more could we ask for that finals? I'm so happy that we were able to get that. And we will be revealing our top 3 very shortly. Keep in mind, DK, that we are just a short moment away. But, I mean, regardless of the top 3, we do have to, of course, call out all of the other teams who did so well overall in the standings, actually. I feel that we actually saw from so many of these different teams below a little bit more than what we expected coming into those final moments. We asked more from, for example, Glitch. We asked more, for example, from 4Rush, and we got those things in that final match.
Yeah. 100% agree with you on that. And of course, you know, speaking about the teams, let's take a look at the overall rankings to see what the point situation was after our final match. And of course, we are going to be starting it out on our final page, on page 2, and we're going to be working our way up. You know, we got to build some suspense.
Yeah, indeed. And this here, the top from 9th to 16th, I think Club African, even though they are bringing up the rear, still did a great job. We still saw their moments which they could be a real contender. And again, Real Insider all the way up here to Glitch Team all had their individual moments, which I think is so amazing to actually see, even in this last game, even in this last state, when hope maybe does dwindle. You still have that positivity from the team and the confidence still to make those big plays.
Yeah, 100% agree with you on that. And of course, that is what we love to see the teams come back with when we see them once again. We want to see the confidence that they've now been able to build up above. And as we now get ready to move on towards that first page, this is where things are going to get pretty interesting.
Indeed, is here we are. The top 3 reveal. 947 machines, AKM, YT, Nuclear do appear in that 4th position, which means, DK, that there could be only one other team in this 3rd position. If you are Thinking along the same lines as me.
Yeah, no surprise to see the play there from Rebels. Rage finishing in that 3rd position. I mean, it was a super close play, and it's so great to see Nuclear Miracle and Whitey both finishing up on those 102 points each though, right? But of course, we got to give credit to the players there for Rebels Rage. Absolutely phenomenal performances coming through in these last few matches, and with that, they were able to secure themselves that 3rd place.
They were, but it's between Snakes here in Cloud9. We've got to reveal who is our champion in the PMCO Africa Finals 2022 Spring Split. It's Cloud9 in 2nd, so Snakes take the victory with 142 total points, 74 eliminations, the highest, and they're falling into 2nd position for the overall placement points, but by golly, did that elimination turn through to success.
Oh, I mean, at the end of the day, aggression was the way to go, as we can see that being pretty evident by the points coming in there. So a very well-deserved pole position being locked in there by them. A very satisfying plays being coming in from them as well.
Snakes, I think, a phenomenal performance. Cloud9 as well. Commiserations in a runner-up position, but we still did an amazing job. As we will, I believe, have an interview here with Snakes coming up shortly. And DK, I'm very excited to hear from Snakes as well, as much as yourself.
Yeah, 100% agree with you on that. So really looking forward to hearing, what the input is coming through there from Snakes as well.
We have Snakes ready on the call. So without, I think, further ado here, DK, welcome Rami, the coach for Snakes. Very glad to have you on board. How are you feeling after this win?
Thank you. We are very proud of what we achieved. We are looking forward for more tournament to win. So wait us for more.
And how are you feeling coming into this competition? Were you nervous? Were you excited? How was it feeling in between all the players?
It was hard competition between us and Cloud9. In the second day, we were jumping to the first place, and then they go jump, But
yeah,
here we are the champions.
And now that you are the champions, how is the rest of the players feeling? Are you ready for the PMNC 2022?
Yeah, sure. We are getting ready about 1 year ago. We are so ready for that.
So has it been a long build-up, and this was your plan to slowly build up the team over that year?
Yeah. We need more time.
And what can we expect from Snakes now coming into the first PMNC for Africa later this year?
We are going to play the PMNC. Hopefully we can join the PMPL also. So continue to the PMGC.
Oh, we're going all the way. Well, I know a certain team, certain players, Zute, were able to get there through from the stages of PMCO before. All the best of luck to Snakes and your team there, Rami. Very thankful to have you on the call.
Thank you, brother. Thank you.
That was Rami there from Snakes, the coach from the winning team, of course, from the PMCO African Finals. DK, what a beautiful insight through to Snakes, and they say they're going to go all the way. I hope so, because Snakes, they're on a path to victory by the looks of it.
Yeah, I mean, it's great to see teams coming through and having a lot of ambition when participating in these events, right? I mean, having their goals set on, achieving the PMGC, I think that is kind of the mindset that you need to have, right? Because if your focus is purely based on winning the PMCO, it's going to be a little bit of a short-lived approach, right? So it's great to see it when the teams come in and they're aiming to push much, much further ahead as well.
You're right, indeed, and we know it's possible before. We've seen teams do that in the past, and I think that honestly, Snakes, you see in which the way they play has been that very aggressive play style. I think that now you are looking at can they solidify those placement points, because that's definitely the one small factor that I think really is going to be needed coming into the PMNC, because they are going to face a lot tougher competition than what we saw in the PMCO, and of course, meet again Cloud9 that they said they had had that competition with. It's going to be back there once more for them to fight it out for that top spot, as well as Rebel Rage, who looks so confident coming out of that last day of games.
I gotta say, I'm super excited to see what the PMNC is gonna look like, right? Because as we know, these teams are only gonna grow as they prepare themselves for the PMNC. So I'm expecting a lot of changes to come through and some very beneficial changes to come through for these teams.
Yeah, indeed. I think that now with this time and with this build-up that they got before PMNC, it's all about that improvement, isn't it? It's all about looking back, doing the homework, of course, for these teams who have made it, to then be able to get even stronger come this future and even higher level of competition that we say they will be facing. Of course, not only these top 3, but all of our 16 competing teams here at the PMCO African Finals will and should be looking back at their results and what they did so well and what they need to improve on for the future. But that has all been from us, myself, Hannah and DK on the desk for what has been a fantastic 2 days at the PMCO African Finals, brought to you by the Snapdragon Pro Series. We will see you next time at the PMNC 2022.